I see a head nod, yes. And let's go ahead and play this video only on the monitors, and if there's sound associated with it, the sound to be played as well. You may proceed. And that concludes State's Exhibit 8. Mr. Sturgill, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Is there any additional video that was collected by either you or another member of the SBA?
Yes, the campus itself, UVU, is very well equipped with cameras throughout, and they were willing to work with us to provide video from those cameras, and so that was collected as part of the investigation also.
With regards to the UVU surveillance video, do you know if video was collected from there behind where Mr. Kirk was seated at the time that he was shot?
Yes, I'm aware that under the Hall of Flags there is I'll refer to it as a breezeway, but a way for people to move from one side into the amphitheater, walking underneath the Hall of Flags, and I know there was a camera situated in that location.
Okay. And do you know, with regards to that camera view, well, let me ask you this. So that particular camera view, there was surveillance that was provided to you or another agent from UVU?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall who provided that video to you initially and who collected it?
Initially, I don't know specifically for that video, but I know that whole process was overseen by Mr. Olson, who's responsible for that system.
Okay. Do you have a first name for Mr. Olson?
Curtis Olson.
I'm sorry?
Curtis Olson.
Okay. And do you know what Mr. Olson or Curtis Olson's position is at UVU?
I believe he's a director.
Right. Is it his job to basically gather and forward any video that's captured by UVU?
He has a long title, but I think it's Director of Infrastructure, but he is responsible for that system.
With regards to this particular video, the video from underneath the Hall of Flags, what, if anything, have you done with that video in preparation for today's hearing?
I went specifically to meet Mr. Olson, have him review the video that we had, and again, like with the others, I had him complete an 1102 statement for us, describing his role and verifying the videos. I did that actually on July 2nd of this year.
July 2nd of this year?
Correct.
Okay. Give me just one moment.
Actually, I'm going to correct myself on that if I can refer back to my notes.
Okay, please, yes. Your notes you have there with you again?
Yes.
And referencing them will help you refresh your memory?
It will, yes.
Okay, so don't read from it out loud, just look at it and let us know when you've refreshed your memory.
Apologies, July 2nd seemed a little bit too soon. It was June 24th when I met with Mr. Olson.
Okay, and you personally met with Mr. Olson?
I did, yes.
Okay, and did you personally review this particular video, or I guess the Hall of Flags video with Mr. Olson?
Yes.
Okay. And he prepared a written statement?
He did, yes.
And on that statement, was that a bureau-provided statement form?
It was, yes.
Okay, and on that statement, do you recall whether it includes an advisory that his written statement would be used in lieu of his live testimony?
It did, yes.
Did it also include a warning that if he provided a false statement on that form, that he could be punished with a Class A misdemeanor?
It did, yes.
Okay. Is there something displayed on your screen right now?
There is, yes. It says
Okay, it should
Exhibit
be-
12.3.
Yeah, it should be what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.3. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, it's the State Bureau of Investigations 1102 statement completed by Mr. Olson.
Does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
It does, yes.
As the state would seek to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.3.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would again renew our concern about hearsay and our constitutional concerns about that raised in our standing objection. Also, the concern is that the individual basically states they verified the recordings, but doesn't say how, doesn't say whether they viewed it, doesn't say whether someone else viewed it and told them, whether someone else viewed it and told someone else who told someone else who told them. There's just no explanation, and we don't think it's sufficient to meet your reliability analysis, and we object to admission, and we also object to publication. This is for all the same reasons, Your Honor.
To the state.
Judge, again, the state's position is that this written statement was collected in compliance with Rule 1102, subsection B8. It is a statement collected with both the advisory and the admonition. From what we've heard from Sergeant Hull, this individual, Curtis Olson, is the person it's his job, basically, to handle this type of information and turn it over to law enforcement.
All right, I'll have, if the state representative can scroll through so I can review it in its entirety and just stop when the majority of that handwritten statement's visible. Thank you. Let me review that. And if you could scroll down to the bottom of the page. Thank you. All right, under the same analysis for 1102, under Rule 1102, as well as Article 1, Section 28 of the Utah Constitution, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Under Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, that final paragraph, the court overrules the objection and admits State's Exhibit 12.3 as it relates to publication. Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, with regards to publication, and this particular exhibit, it's the state's position that the presumption is that it's a public record, and we would ask that it be published both here in the courtroom and that the cameras be allowed to capture it and publish it as well.
All right, Ms. Nestor.
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
All right, I note the standing objection from defense, and given in the court's previous analysis for other 1102s, the court is going to publish it both in the courtroom and so it can be captured by the media. What we'll do is the same thing. We'll start at the top, pause for 10 seconds, and go to this middle section, and we'll pause about 20 seconds because there is a little bit, it is more dense, and then we'll scroll down to the very bottom for about 10 seconds, and then that will conclude that. So it's now on screen, and let's go from there. All right, you can scroll down. like to scroll to the very bottom. Thank you. That concludes publication of this exhibit.
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Sturgill.
Well, in Mr. Olson's 1102 statement, he references more than one video, does he not?
He does, yes.
Okay. So you, with regards to the Hall of Flags video, have you seen that particular video?
I have, yes.
Okay. And that video, what does it depict?
It's a view kind of looking what would be east, under the breezeway towards the back of the stage where Mr. Kirk was situated. It shows some movement behind the stage area, and I believe through the gaps you can see some of the crowd in the amphitheater.
I think I've neglected to do this twice before, so I'm going to do it right this time. Would you please bring up Exhibit 9 without pressing play? Tell me when you see something on your screen.
It's on my screen.
Okay. Do you recognize what's depicted in that still image?
I do, yes.
What is that?
It's the area underneath the Hall of Flags that I referred to as the breezeway.
Okay. And is this the beginning of the video that Mr.?
It is, yes.
Okay, that Mr. Olson provided you?
Yes, yes.
Judge, the state would seek, or, well, the state asks or seeks to admit Exhibit 9. With regards to publication, this is another video that, due to its sensitive, the nature and the graphic nature of the video, we'd ask that it not be published here in the courtroom, nor published in any way that the media camera could capture it. And following your reasoning, Judge, out of deference to the victims and the victims' rights, to have this type of information protected.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would object on our standing objection grounds, constitutional issues in terms of the concern about Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. We agree it should not be published. We object to its admissibility.
Thank you. Based off my analysis that I apply independently to this exhibit, but it tracks with the previous exhibits, I find that it is admissible, and I will admit it into evidence. This is State's Exhibit, I believe, 9. Mr. Sturgill?
Play it.
No, hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is State's Exhibit 9?
Right, correct.
All right. As it relates to publication in the courtroom or by the media, again, citing to the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, 1A, it states to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, and to be free from harassment and abuse throughout the criminal justice process. I find that this does apply. And in respect and dignity and the human experience, I am going to not publish it in the courtroom, nor will it be broadcast, but the court will watch it in open court. And I note it is about, how long is this video?
3 minutes, Your Honor.
All right. Again, to the parties, if you could just indicate if your screen is obscure. Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And to the state, are your screens secure so they're not viewable? All right. Thank you. Seeing Mr. McBride nod his head, we can go ahead to the state representative. Go ahead and play State's Exhibit 9. And if there's sound, if you could activate sound. I'm not sure if there is. All right, so all right, let's go ahead and replay it. Just wanted to clarify there is no audio, so let's go ahead and restart it. Thank you. Stacy Exhibit 9 has concluded. Mr. Sturgill.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to ask you just a few questions with respect to that video and the very end of that video, which is State's Exhibit number 9. Throughout that video, you can see a banner. Do you recall seeing a banner that's hanging basically in the middle of that video?
Yeah, I believe that's the rear of the gazebo.
Okay, the rear of the gazebo?
Yeah.
And what gazebo are you talking about?
It's like a pop-up tent that Mr. Kirk was sat underneath while he was addressing the crowd.
Okay, so just really quick, just to be clear, where in relation to that banner that you see depicted in Exhibit 9 is Mr. Kirk?
Approximately dead center.
Okay.
He's on a stage, so he's slightly raised in relation to the bottom of that banner, and then he's seated in the middle of the stage, so approximately in the center.
And how many, if you know, what's the distance between the banner and then where Mr. Kirk is seated in front of that banner, if I'm understanding you correctly?
I don't know specifically. If I had to estimate, I would say 3 to 5 feet.
Okay, so close to that banner.
Yes.
Okay, I also believe towards the end of that exhibit, well, let me ask you this. If you know, what happened to Mr. Kirk immediately after he was shot?
Collection is that Mr. Kirk's detail, his own security team, removed him from the scene whilst administering first aid, and they conducted what would be called a hasty transport to Timpanogos Hospital.
Okay, before you go any further, that Mr. Kirk being picked up by his own security, is that I'm sorry?
It's kind of on the left side. You can see Mr. Kirk come around the left side of the back of that the pop-up tent, and then you can see Mr. Kirk being carried down the left side of the video under that breezeway.
Okay, and then you said that he was that there was a quick transport. Is that the language you used?
A hasty transport.
Hasty transport. What does that mean?
Just they were trying to get him to medical care as quickly as possible, so I believe he was thrown into one of the team's vehicles and then transported to the hospital, as opposed to waiting for an ambulance.
And I think you already stated, but let's just be clear. Do you know which hospital he was transported to?
I believe it's referred to as Timpanogos Regional.
Okay. And do you know if he was treated there at the hospital?
He was, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he was pronounced dead there at the Timpanogos Hospital?
He was, yes.
Okay. And how do you know that?
The medical examiner had an investigator that responded to the scene, and I spoke with him, and he informed me that he was at the hospital when Mr. Kirk was pronounced deceased.
Okay. And that the medical investigator that you spoke to, do you know the name of that person?
Bullock, I believe, Officer Bullock, but if I can refresh my recollection specifically.
If it'll help, if you have it in your notes, it will help you refresh your memory. Go ahead and look at that. Again, don't read from it out loud.
It is Officer Bullock, yes.
Okay. And he is a peace officer?
He functions as a law enforcement officer, and he works also for the medical examiner as a death investigator.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Kirk was autopsied by the Utah Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, an autopsy was conducted by the medical examiner's office.
Do you know when and by whom?
Yes, it was late into the evening of September 10th, or it may even have gone through into the morning of September 11th.
Okay. And do you know who
I'm going to
conducted
refresh
that
my
autopsy?
recollection because of the pronunciation, if you don't mind.
If it'll help you refresh your memory, that'd be great. Again, don't read it out loud. Look at it. Let me know when you've done that, and then we'll go from there.
Dr. Guajado, I believe is how it's pronounced.
Okay. You want to spell that last name?
Yes, Guajado.
Your Honor, if this is not personal knowledge, we object to the hearsay if someone told him all of this. I don't believe this individual was present at the autopsy, so we object to any testimony about the autopsy or what he was told about it.
Mr. Sturgill.
Well, Judge, if I could, I'll just simply lay foundation for the report itself. And I think this is all information that's included on the report.
All right, so as it hasn't been moved into evidence just yet, I'm not making a ruling.
I appreciate
If you
that.
wish to lay more foundation, that's certainly your choice.
So you are aware that the medical examiner's office did conduct an autopsy?
I am, yes.
Okay. And did you receive a report from the medical examiner's office?
I did, yes.
Okay. Detailing the autopsy that was performed?
Yes. Prior to receiving the report, myself and Agent Davis visited with the doctor.
You visited personally with the doctor that conducted the autopsy?
That's correct.
Okay. And then subsequent to that, and did you discuss the autopsy with the doctor at that point in time when you were meeting with him personally?
Yes, Agent Davis and I had a fairly in-depth conversation, yes,
And where did that conversation take place?
at the medical examiner's office.
Okay, do you recall the date and time that that personal visit took place?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was it
It
within
was soon after, within a few days of the incident,
of the autopsy?
yes.
Okay. And subsequent to that visit, did you receive a report from that doctor that you visited with?
We did, yes.
Okay. And that's the Dr. Guajardo that you're struggling to pronounce his name, is that
Yeah,
fair
I
to say?
apologize, but yes, that's who it
Okay.
is.
And the report that was sent to you, do you recall when you received that report?
I don't recall the specific date.
Okay. Have you reviewed that report?
Yes,
Again, you stated earlier that this is not the first murder investigation that you've worked,
correct.
okay? I take it this is not the first medical examiner's report you've received,
Correct.
okay? Do the reports typically look the same?
Yes, they're in a standard format that the medical examiner uses.
Okay, and this report that you received
Yes,
from who you believe was the doctor you spoke to
yes.
that conducted the medical exam, was there anything peculiar about that particular report that stood out to you?
No, it appeared to be a standard form as used by the medical examiner when they send us reports.
Okay. On your monitor, Exhibit 11, I'm going to have displayed what's been marked State's Exhibit number 11, Judge, for identification.
Right.
And I believe there's 9 pages. So let me know when you see that on your screen.
It's on the screen.
All right. What I'd like you to do is just look at this as it scrolls down through the 9 pages and wait till we get to the very end. And if you need us to pause or stop or slow down, let us know. I want you to be able to look at all 9 pages. Did you get a look at that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the medical examiner's report of examination for Mr. Kirk.
Yeah, do you recall, you don't recall exactly when you received that?
I don't unfortunately remember the specific date when I received it.
Do you remember how you received it?
Then provided to us electronically.
Okay. Via email?
Sometimes via email, also on disk, compact disk.
Okay.
Or,
And does there appear to be anything in the exhibit before you? Has that report changed at all? Or does it accurately depict what you received initially from the doctor?
it accurately depicts it.
Does the state would seek to admit Exhibit 11?
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, this is an expert report without the expert being present, being offered by an individual who's not an expert in this field. If they're presenting him as an expert in this field based on the limited questions about his experience in seeing previous medical exam records, I'd like to voir dire him on his qualifications to opine about it. This is hearsay. It's highly technical. It should be presented only through an expert. It could never come in trial in any other way. We submit that it is hearsay, and to the extent they're going to ask this individual about any opinions about it, that would be improper. He's not qualified to do that. And furthermore, we just think that this is clearly falling under our constitutional concerns about the absence of our ability to be effective, to cross-examine, to we can't even question the expert's experience or CV or anything that we would normally do to determine if this should even be accepted or considered by the court. And so we strenuously object to its admission, and for all those reasons to its publication as well. There's some really personal things in there that should never be published that deal with Mr. Kirk's medical condition, history, the condition of his body. It shouldn't be published, Your Honor.
Thank you. To the state.
Judge, this is clearly reliable hearsay admissible under Rule 1102 of the Utah Rules of Evidence. I would direct you specifically to subsection B5 for purposes of, and I'm quoting the rule, for purposes of criminal preliminary examinations only, reliable hearsay includes, and subsection 5 specifically states medical and autopsy reports and records. Again, that is supported by Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, which states that reliable hearsay can be relied upon at preliminary examination in whole or in part.
And to the second part in regards to publication.
As far as the publication, Judge, we agree with Ms. Nestor. This is a document that does contain very sensitive information and information that Mr. Kirk's family would appreciate it not being published. And so although we seek to admit it, we'd ask that it not be published here in the courtroom, or that it be published in any fashion or way that the public can see it by virtue of a camera.
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, I just want to point out that even though 1102 has a provision about exams, I mean, the court still has the overarching mission under 1102 to make this reliability finding, right? And it's just completely in a vacuum being offered by someone who's a police officer. So again, we would just argue that you're just not, it's hampering you from making the analysis you need to make to admit it, and we object to it.
All right, anything further from the parties?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
All right, so again, relying upon the analysis on Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, as it relates to reliable hearsay, and then turning to Utah Rules of Evidence, Rule 1102, B5, specifically notes medical and autopsy reports and records. The court is going to overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit, I believe it's 11.
11, yes, sir.
Citing to Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, dignity, portion, respect, and dignity. It will not be published either in the courtroom or viewable on media by the camera for the reasons previously stated as it relates to the video. And so the court will receive it, and it is admitted into evidence. And that concludes that portion. Mr. Sturgill, is this a good point to stop, to take our 15-minute afternoon break?
I think it'd be a great idea, Judge. I've just got one last question.
All
if I
right.
could,
You may.
with respect to the medical examiner's report. Agent Hull, in that report, does the doctor relate cause and manner of death?
He does, yes.
Okay. And in that report, what is the stated cause of death
It was stated as a murder.
and manner of death?
It was a gunshot wound to the neck.
I object, it's not stated as a murder. I believe it's stated as a homicide, which is an important distinction.
Judge, I'll go back and correct that.
All right, so I'm going to sustain, well, first of all, let me look at the report. I need to see that section. I need to be able to draw my own conclusion. So, okay, I see, Ms. Nestor, are you referring to page 1 of this report?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Could you repeat that? I apologize.
As it relates to your objection for the misstatements, are you looking at page 1 of the report?
Yes.
All right. So
And, Your Honor, I also need to make an objection on the best evidence rule, too. Thank you.
all right. So I'm going to sustain the objection as it relates to the manner of death. It does not say murder, but in regards to the best evidence rule, again, under 1102 and the Utah Constitution that it permits reliable hearsay. It is, State's Exhibit 11 is admitted. Mr. Sturgill.
Agent Hull, I'm going to ask you to look at the first page of Exhibit 11. No?
Yes. I
See that?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you again, and you can look at it.
Yeah.
And would you mind relating what the doctor reports as the manner of death?
Yes, I misspoke. It does say homicide.
And then the immediate cause of death?
Gunshot wound of the neck.
Nothing further, Judge. Well, at this moment, I think it'd be a great idea that we take a 15-minute break.
Right, we'll go ahead and go on break. We'll come back at 3:25 and resume with this witness at that time. Court is in a brief recess. Please be seated. Court is back in session. And noting the presence of counsel as well as all the parties, I believe we were continuing with the direct examination of Mr. Hull by Mr. Sturgill. Mr. Sturgill, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So, Agent Hull, in addition to what you've already described, what, if anything else, did you do on the 10th of September 2025?
Primary focus was to identify the individual who'd been seen on the roof with the preliminary footage. And so there was a big effort to review as much of the video that we had available to us from both the public, but predominantly from Utah Valley University, in an effort to follow that individual both forward and backwards from the time of the shooting.
Okay. So if I understood you correctly, priority was to identify the shooter,
Yes,
and to that end, you started reviewing even more UVU video than you've already described?
correct, yes.
Okay. What, if anything else, either did you do or happened initially that helped you identify who that shooter was?
So there was hundreds of hours of video that was reviewed, but the predominant focus, again, was on tracking the individual from the roof, either after the shooting had occurred or trying to trace the steps of the individual prior to the shooting.
Okay.
And we were able to do that through a combined effort of individuals. And the focus was having people reviewing video identify people who could fit the original description of the individual that jumped off the roof.
At that point, so at this point, approximately how many hours of UVU video do you think you personally had seen or watched?
Myself, maybe 10 or 20 hours of video, being called in to look at different camera angles and different views of individuals. But there was a large team of people reviewing video.
Okay. Reviewing video?
Yeah, from UVU.
Or some of them SBI agents?
Yes, correct.
And combined, how much video do you think you watched that first day on the 10th?
It would be in the tens or hundreds of hours of video was reviewed.
Okay. Did anything else come along that helped you identify who that shooter might be?
Eventually on the evening of the 11th, we received word from Washington County that an individual in that area had reached out to law enforcement and was wanting to turn themselves in for the incident at UVU.
Okay. And did you, at that point in time, did you receive a name from Washington County?
Yes, we did.
And what was that name?
Tyler Robinson.
What, if anything, did you do with that information, the name Tyler Robinson?
That information was given to our SIAC, or our State Information and Analysis Group, and they put together what would be called a workup. So they would look at driver's license records, DMV records to determine addresses, obtain pictures of individuals, and then any associated vehicles or things like that.
So was that done with Mr. Robinson?
It was, yes.
Driver's license record was pulled.
Yes.
Did that include, if you remember, or do you know, did that include a photograph of Mr. Robinson?
It did include a photograph of Mr. Robinson, yes.
How about an address and date of birth?
There was an address and a date of birth, and I believe a DMV record with an associated vehicle.
All right. And so that DMV record did include a vehicle that was associated with Mr. Robinson?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember what the make and model of the vehicle was that was tied to Mr. Robinson?
The Dodge Challenger.
Anything else beyond that you remember?
It was silver in color, and I believe there were two registered owners of the vehicle.
Okay. And who were the registered owners?
Mr. Robinson and then his mother.
Do you recall whether or not a date of birth was included in that driver's license information that you got initially?
Yeah, I believe the actual driver's license record was shared, so it would have included a date of birth.
All right. With with Tyler Robinson's personal information, were you able to expand your search at all?
Yes, once we knew a vehicle that we were looking for and we had an actual image of the individual, then we were able to use that video footage to try and track that specific individual.
Okay, and I'm sorry, let me clarify. So when I said expand your search, I'm referencing the UVU surveillance video.
Yes, we were able to.
Okay. And were you able to identify in that expanded search, did you believe you located that challenger?
We did, yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine at what time or times Mr. Robinson visited the UVU campus on September 10th?
Yeah, we were able to establish that Mr. Robinson had been on campus approximately 4 times throughout the day, twice before the shooting, the time of the shooting, and then after the shooting later in the evening into the early hours of the 11th.
You said that you initially tracked the shooter forward and backward.
Yes.
with UVU surveillance video.
Correct.
Okay. Did you do the same thing with that vehicle?
We did, yes.
Okay. Tracked it forward and backward?
Yes, using the UVU footage and additional information that was obtained, yes.
And I believe you said that in total, Mr. Robinson visited the UVU campus 4 times that day.
Yes, that's correct.
And let's just be clear, that's all based on UVU surveillance video, is that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed what's been marked States Exhibit 12.1 for identification?
I have, yes.
Okay. And, well, before we go there, of the video that you have personally watched, does the video include the 10th and the 11th, or just the 10th?
The video I've seen includes the 10th and then a very small portion, I think, about 0:30 of the 11th.
Okay. And I think you said initially you watched about 20 hours of video.
Yes,
Since that time, have you watched additional video?
yes,
UVU surveillance video?
yes.
Okay. And who provided the UVU surveillance video to you?
It was part of the collection of videos that was provided by Mr. Olson and his team that we already discussed previously.
Okay. Of all the hours of video that you've watched, do you have an idea of how many hours include Mr. Robinson or his vehicle?
Just with UVU or in
Just with
total?
UVU, I'm sorry.
Just with UVU would probably be about 16 hours.
And let's be clear, this is someone you believe to be Tyler Robinson.
Correct.
And this person that you've identified as Tyler Robinson, that you've been investigating and that you viewed in the numerous hours of video from UVU, would you recognize that person if you were in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Is he in the courtroom today?
he is, yes.
Would you point him out and describe something that he's wearing?
Your Honor, we object to unduly suggestive in-court identification for constitutional grounds.
Do you wish to specify an unduly constitutional? I'm trying to understand your objection, so I want to make sure I fully understand.
Your Honor, I think there's some, and I'll defer to Mr. Byrd if he wants to jump in, but I believe there's a long line of case law that says, and you ask someone to identify the defendant when they're the only person, sitting at the table with defense counsel, that's unduly suggestive and taints any future or past, well, definitely future identification. So we object to that happening in this fashion at this time.
Mr. Sturgill.
Well, Judge, Agent Hull has testified that he has watched numerous hours of video. Take a step back. He has looked at personal identifying information of an individual by the name of Tyler Robinson. He's looked at the driver's license record, and he's also looked at the DMV records and has been able to determine what car that person drives. He's also looked at surveillance video that he believes depicts this Tyler Robinson. And I've simply asked him if that person that he has seen, both in driver's license photos and the surveillance video, if that person is here in the courtroom today. And I don't know that that's unduly prejudicial or suggestive. It's the routine. I don't know of any other way to do it other than the way I just did it, Judge.
All right, well, I wanted to verify the format of the question. I remembered it in my mind, but to Ms. Nestor, was that an accurate portrayal of the question that was asked?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sturgill, anything further before I issue my ruling?
Well, no, other than, Judge, I believe it's worth noting that Mr. Robinson is in plain clothes. Well, he's in
Counsel,
plain
please
clothes.
approach the bench. All right. Based off of what's been presented in court, I'm not finding that particular question as previously posed as suggestive. I find for the purposes of this hearing only that in-court identification by Agent Hull of Mr. Robinson has been made. Again, this only relates to the preliminary hearing, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Hull, have you reviewed what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1 for identification?
I have, yes.
And where did you review that video?
It was provided to me. I reviewed it on my computer in my office.
Okay. And is that the first time that you've seen this particular video footage?
This particular version of the footage, yes.
Okay, so this particular version the first time, but have you seen the video that comprises, I guess, Exhibit 12.1?
I have seen the original videos, if that's your question, yes.
So what is State's Exhibit 12.1? How would you describe it?
I would describe it as a compilation of the video that we obtained from Utah Valley University during the course of the investigation that depicts the movements of the individual I believe to be Mr. Robinson moving around the campus on September 10th, 2025 into the morning of September 11th, 2025.
Did you prepare this video compilation?
I did not.
Okay, do you know who did?
Yes, Utah County Attorney's Office. I believe Ms. Turfler is the one that produced the video.
Okay. Do you know Ms. Turfler's first name?
Kimberly?
Okay. What, if anything, did you do to authenticate the video in this compilation?
I reviewed the video to make sure that it was a reflection of what I understood the original videos to show.
Okay. What, if anything, else did you do?
I reviewed it. I know that there were some zooms and some changes to the footage.
Okay. Did you meet with Mr. Olson with regards to this particular video?
Yes, this video was also part of that original meeting with Mr. Olson for the prior exhibit, yes.
Okay. So at the same time, you sat down with Mr. Olson and discussed the prior exhibit. And let's just be clear which exhibit that is. So I believe the 1102 statement that you gathered from him is Exhibit 12.3, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So at the same time that you gathered that 12.3, or that written statement that is State's Exhibit 12.3, you talked to him about this specific exhibit as well?
Yes, Mr. Olson was shown this exhibit.
Okay. And did he include that in that 1102 statement?
Yeah, I believe he specifically referenced the exhibit by name, stating that it was a true reflection of the footage from the campus.
And let's just go back to what you were stating earlier. To you, it appears to be a compilation of videos that you've already seen,
Correct.
that you received as a mass dump, I guess, for lack of a better term, of view video. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And the exhibit 12.1, does it appear to be the same as the raw video that you've seen previously?
It does, yes.
Okay. Are there some minor, are there any added additions or anything different about this particular exhibit?
There are some portions of the video where a zoom is initiated, which wasn't a function of the cameras. I believe some specific individuals have been blurred from the footage, and I believe there are some red circles to show poignant information or individuals within the footage itself.
Okay. So other than the red circles, the blur, and the zoom, does it appear to accurately depict what you've seen in the raw video footage?
I believe so, yes.
On your screen, I'm going to have displayed an image. Let me know when you see it.
The image is there now. It's gone again.
Is it there?
We're back, yeah.
Okay, we're back. So do you recognize what this is?
Yeah, this is the first frame of the video compilation that we just referenced.
Okay. And again, this video portrays what you believe is Mr. Robinson visiting campus that day?
Correct.
Okay, and is it throughout the day?
It is, yes.
And then I believe you said into the early morning hours of the 11th, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Shows the state would seek, or would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, we have objections to its admissibility. This is a compilation video that was put together from a bunch of different sources by the county attorney's office. This individual did not create this compilation, can't testify to the accuracy of the actual materials that it was taken from. And furthermore, Mr. Olson himself is just referred to by Agent Hall. He specifically says people have altered these recordings. They've zoomed in when the actual recording isn't zoomed. They've added little circles to people they wanted you to pay attention to. They've blurred people's faces out. So, I mean, it's been clearly altered. And it's not, I mean, they admit it's been altered. So we have real concern about authenticity of it. Furthermore, this particular video should be protected. And so that deals with the admissibility factor. As far as the publication factor of it, the video should be classified as protected under UCJA 4-202.02 subsection 5. J is in jelly bean, and then little I and little double I, because this is going to interfere with the defense's ongoing investigation, with Mr. Tyler's ability, with Mr. Robinson's ability to get a fair trial. This is basically putting together photos that are clear with photos that aren't clear, putting them all together in such a format that it makes the case that it's all one person. It would be extremely prejudicial for people that may ultimately serve on this jury to watch this video before this case goes to trial. We don't believe a proper foundation's been laid, which would make it admissible at this point. So the fact that it would be shown to the public would be extremely damaging to the ability to put on a defense at trial. And so we object to its publication both in the courtroom and to the media, Your Honor.
Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, Ms. Nestor is correct. This is a compilation of a series of videos. The videos, as Sergeant Hull has testified to, is a compilation of raw videos that he has received from Utah Valley University. And he has not only seen this video, but he has seen all the raw footage. And by his estimation, or according to his testimony, these are all videos that are accurate and they depict what the raw footage depicts, other than those minor additions. Judge, if you refer to Mr. Olson's written statement, it's Plaintiff's Exhibit 12.3. He too has reviewed this video, and he has also identified this video as being accurate with the exception of those additions. In his words, it's the zooms and the red highlights. They weren't part of the original recording, according to Mr. Olson. But other than that, as he states, the same as Agent Hull, these videos are accurate, and they were captured by UVU surveillance video.
Do you have a version of this video that does not have alterations, such as zooming or circling? My concern is that if the 1102 says what it says about the videos, these were the videos.
Right.
But then it was altered. And typically an exhibit which has been altered, and if it wasn't done by the person who supplied the 1102, that can become problematic. And so do you have a version of this exhibit that does not have the zooming in or the circling? Again, I don't know all the alterations that were made, but that seems to fall outside the 1102 because you don't have a person testifying 1102 saying, I made the alterations.
Right.
And so that's the concern of the what Ms. Nestor was talking about as it relates to the state's evidence. I have that concern about those alterations. I don't know when they were made, what they were made, how much was done to manipulate the video, and I say manipulate to, not saying it in a nefarious way, but I don't know what the scope of that is and how much it deviates from what was the original form.
Well, Judge, to answer your first question, do we have a version of this particular video that has not been altered? We don't, not right now, not today. I guess there's there's a couple of things I'd simply like to point out, Judge, and that is that we have two witnesses who have watched the raw footage. And Agent Hull here today on the stand and Mr. Olson in the form of his written statement, they have both said that this video, with the exception of these alterations, accurately depicts the video that was captured by UVU surveillance video. Judge, I will proffer that those changes made to the video were not done by either. I know who that person is. We could actually call that person as a witness if that would cure that. And we're prepared to do that if necessary. But Judge, I think that our burden is to simply authenticate, what this is. And it is a video that, with only a few exceptions, alterations, that really don't change the substance of the video or the content of the video. They're accurate. They depict what the cameras captured on September 10th and the 11th. And we have two people who have seen that raw footage, and they've explained that's the only difference between what we have originally in the original videos and what you're seeing here today. And the additions, I'll submit, Judge, were only added to make it easier to view.
All right. Anything further from the parties? No, Your Honor. All right. I'm going to go ahead and I'm sustaining the objection. Typically, when exhibits are admitted to the court, it is without alteration. If a party circles an exhibit, a photograph, that's not the original format, and I do not have the person who made the alteration, an 1102, to substantiate that. And what I have is the original video, and Mr. Olson saying, this is the video minus the alterations. and we have Agent Hull saying, this is the video, and there are alterations, but I'm missing a link. And it may be minor, but in this type of case, I want to be thorough, and I want to make sure that what is minor is still important. And for those reasons, I'm going to sustain the objection and leave it to the parties on how you wish to handle the video in the future. I don't want to provide guidance either way.
Right.
But as it stands today, this exhibit, State's Exhibits 12.1
or
is
12.1.
not admitted.
Okay. Judge, could I have just one moment?
You may.
Agent Hull, you testified that there were 4 visits to campus that day.
Correct, yes.
And the first 3 visits, based on what you have observed, it's your opinion that those videos were captured by UVU surveillance video, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. The 4th visit, well, the 4th visit too was captured by UVU surveillance video, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was there any other video that was collected, either on the 10th or the 11th, that you believe might be important or relevant to today's hearing?
There was a large amount of video that
Well,
was,
I'm gonna be a little bit more specific. Was there, other than UVU surveillance video, was there any other video that you collected and subsequently gathered an 1102 statement for?
yes, we collected Ring doorbell footage from the surrounding neighborhoods.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did that include video from a residence located at 680 West, 925 South Orem?
Yes, that's in the horseshoe area, yep,
Okay. That's in Orem
correct.
and close to campus?
It is, yes.
Okay. And what can you tell us about that video?
There was a Ring doorbell video that was provided that showed a vehicle consistent with the one we had identified as belonging to Mr. Robinson,
Okay.
parking in front of the residence across the street.
Okay. And what can you tell us about the timing and the timing of that parked vehicle?
If I recall, that vehicle parked approximately 0:38 hours on the morning of the 11th.
Okay. So 0:38 hours, what time is that to regular people?
Just after midnight
At 12:38 a.m.?
in the morning, yes.
Okay. So how did this video come to your attention that you're talking about, this doorbell or whatever?
This footage was obtained as part of the canvass of the area that was conducted as part of the investigation.
Were you able to identify the owners of that residence,
Yes,
where that video was collected from?
correct.
Okay. And do you know who it was collected from and by whom?
It was Mr. and Mrs. Noble. I believe Agent Davis collected the video directly from them.
And do you know what date it was collected?
It if I can refresh from my notes.
If referring to your notes will refresh your memory, go ahead and look at that. Don't read it out loud.
I don't have the specific date, but I do know that myself and Agent Davis returned to the address as we had done with previous videos, and had the owners of the video verify that it was from their system. And we did have them complete an 1102 statement, which would be dated.
Okay. Do you know, so let's talk about this, what does this video look like?
It's a nighttime view looking from the front porch of the residence across the street.
Okay. And what about that video? Why was this particular video significant to you, or why do you think it was related to this case?
We know from the UVU footage that the person we believe to be Mr. Robinson had an interaction with law enforcement. And a short period after that, the vehicle comes to that house, and some additional evidence that was collected from cell phone data and things indicated that Mr. Robinson was in the area, and we were able to locate the footage of his vehicle on that Ring doorbell camera.
Or at least what you believe is his vehicle?
Yeah, the vehicle we believe to belong to Mr. Robinson, yes.
And is there something about this particular video and this I guess vehicle that was captured that leads you to believe that it was Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
Yeah, the vehicle has very distinct wheels. I won't say that they're wholly unique, but in terms of the video footage that we were reviewing, the wheels on the vehicle are fairly unique and stand out on the video footage.
And so again, this is video that you received early on in the investigation.
Yes,
And then in preparation for the preliminary hearing, you went back out and you met with someone about this video.
correct.
Who specifically did you meet with about this video?
Met with Mrs. Noble.
And what did you do with Miss Noble?
We did what we had done before. We had a specific file that we wanted, or files that we wanted her to verify. The footage itself is broken into, I believe, 10-second segments. So we had specific files that we had her view and confirm that they were actually from her system. Those were written on the 1102 as they have been before.
Okay, and who wrote those file names on this particular statement?
I believe it would be my handwriting on the 1102.
All right. What did you do next?
We had her view the videos and then complete a statement verifying the authenticity of those videos on an 1102.
Okay. Was this also prepared on a State Bureau form?
I believe this was on a State Bureau Investigations form, yes.
And in this particular form on which Ms. Noble provided her statement, does it have the advisory that it would be used in lieu of her testimony here today?
It does, yes.
Does it also contain a warning that if she gave a false statement, she would be punished, or it's punishable by a Class A misdemeanor?
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna have displayed on your monitor what's been marked State's Exhibit number 13. For identification. Let me know when you see that, would you?
I can see that.
Okay, and I'm gonna have my assistant scroll through that slowly. Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What is that?
The 1102 that myself and Agent Davis collected from Ms. Noble.
Okay, and does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
It does, yes.
This is a copy, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the personal identifying information appears to be redacted, is that right?
It has been redacted, yes.
Okay. It wasn't redacted when you collected it, right?
No, the original form was not redacted.
So other than the redactions, it appears to be in the same condition as it was when you collected it.
That is correct.
State would move to admit Exhibit 13.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, we renew our concern about unconstitutional hearsay being admitted. We also have the same concerns about the fact that the Agent Hull amended this himself, and there's no foundation as to when he filled that in, if it was before or after she signed it. And due to all those reasons, we object to its admission and object to its publication as well.
Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, again, it was collected in compliance with Rule 1102 of the Utah Rules of Evidence, specifically subsection B8. It's in writing. It's on a form. It includes both the advisory and the warning. And it was collected by Agent Hull. It's also collected in compliance and being introduced as reliable hearsay, which is lawful to do here in Utah under the state constitution, Article 1, Section 12.
Do you wish to lay more foundation about when the statement was written, whether it was before it was signed or not?
I can do that, Judge. I appreciate that, yes. Agent Hull, do you recall when you collected this written statement from Ms. Noble?
Yes, it was in April,
In April, do you know what day?
April 6th, I believe.
Okay. And you collected it, did you go to her home? I think, is that what you said?
Yes, myself and Agent Davis went to the residence.
Okay. And did you sit there while she prepared it?
I did, yes.
And did you witness her sign it?
I did, yes.
Okay. At this point, I'd move to admit Exhibit 13.
All right, and to the state representative, could you scroll down? Okay. All right, pursuant to the Utah Rule of Evidence 1102 and Article 1, Section 28, I'm sorry, Article 1, Section 12, which allows for reliable hearsay, I'm going to move it into, it's going to be admitted into evidence over the objection of defense. I note in particular that it states that I confirm that the above files were taken from our Nest doorbell videos and are accurate. And right before that statement is the notations that were allegedly made by Agent Hull. And so for those reasons, the court finds proper foundation has been laid and that this exhibit in its entirety is admitted into evidence. As it relates to publication, I will authorize publication in the courtroom and by the media if they so wish to capture it in that form. Again, following the same format, have it on that first portion of the screen for about 10 seconds, and then scroll down to the written portion for about 15 seconds, and then scroll to the very bottom to ensure that the full exhibit has been displayed. All right, that concludes the publication of State's Exhibit 13.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. With you that day when you visited with Noble, or Miss Noble, had you previously, well, you've stated that the videos that you showed, the Nobles, were actually more than one video.
Correct,
Okay, and I believe you said they were like 10-second clips,
if I recall correctly. Yes.
short clips. Okay. And you showed Miss Noble all of those videos that are identified in that statement.
The one shown on the statement was shown to Ms. Noble, yes.
Have you had a chance to review what's been marked State's Exhibit number 12.2?
Yes.
Okay, and when did you have a chance to review that exhibit?
I believe that was reviewed last week, I believe,
Okay,
with yourself.
okay. And does that video, is it a single video that you watched?
No, I believe it's 4 separate short videos.
Okay. And as far as, and I understand that, but as far as 12.2 is concerned, what does that exhibit consist of?
It shows the vehicle believed to be driven by Mr. Robinson arriving in front of the residence, an individual exiting the vehicle and moving away from it, followed by an individual returning to the vehicle and unlocking it. And then it shows the vehicle a short time later starting and leaving the area.
And those are the videos that you showed Ms. Noble?
Yes.
Okay. What I have displayed on your monitor was Ben Mark's plaintiff's or state's exhibit 12.2 for identification. Let me know as soon as you see, should be a still image.
It's there.
Do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yeah, this is the view looking what would essentially be west across the street from the Noble's residence.
Okay. At 12:38 a.m., I guess, or 0:38?
Yes.
Okay. And what is depicted in this? I think you've already described that. So, Judge, I would move to admit Exhibit 12.2.
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we renew our objection to allowing in the evidence without the sponsoring witness. I do have some concerns because I'm not totally sure if this is a compilation, or if this is just one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 6 videos they took from the Nobles. So if we could have that clarification, I think that concerns me about authenticity, that I don't understand if this is just a portion or if this is the whole thing, or is this just all of them or none of them. And for those reasons, we object to the admission and to publication.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill.
That's a good point. And I'll ask additional questions before I seek to admit it. Agent Hull, this particular video, you've described taking several videos to Ms. Noble and having her review them.
Yes.
Okay. This particular exhibit, 12.2, have you watched it in its entirety?
Yes.
Does it consist of either some or all of those videos that you showed Ms. Noble?
It does, yes.
Okay. And is it a single video? Is it a compilation, that is to say, or is it 4 different videos?
It would
Or a number of different videos?
be a number of short videos sequenced.
Okay. A number of short videos in sequence?
I believe that's how this one plays, yes.
Okay. Just again, I seek to admit it.
Anything further from the parties? All right. Given my previous rulings on exhibits, I applied the same analysis and find that State's Exhibit 12.2, I believe, is admitted over the objection and may be published in the courtroom and by the media, if so chosen.
Okay, so before we play this video, again, what is it that leads you to believe that this is Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
The shape of the vehicle can be clearly seen as it pulls up, and the distinctive wheels on the vehicle also.
And well, let's go ahead and play it.
Is there any sound associated with this?
There is, Judge, but it's night sounds. It's crickets chirping and.
Okay, I just
there
wanted to
is-
see if
what's
there
that?
was, I just wanted to see if
There's
there
nothing
was sound
violent.
or not. Okay,
Yeah.
all right, you may play the video.
So in the first part of that video, what do you see?
The vehicle we believe to be driven by Mr. Robinson pulling up and parking in front of across the street, but in front of the residence.
Okay. And then in the next video, what do you believe is displayed in that video?
There's an individual who gets out of the vehicle. You can hear the door close, and then that individual moves away from the front of the vehicle. There's actually 2 reflective panels on a dumpster, and you can see the individual past those reflective panels.
And in the last of those series of videos?
The second to last one, the individual comes back across those reflective panels to the vehicle, unlocks the vehicle and gets into it. And then in the last video, the vehicle is started and the individual drives away.
Just one moment, Judge.
Yes.
Judge, could we approach?
You may. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break for the attorneys to confer and come back at, well, roughly 4:30. So court is in recess. Please be seated. Court is back in session. We ended with the parties, the attorneys discussing. How would we like to proceed?
Judge, I think I just have a couple of questions for Sergeant Hull. To finish out the day, I think we're in agreement that once we've sorted out these few questions, we're all in agreement that we want to break for the day. Is that right, Ms. Nestor? Well, sure.
You may proceed with your questions, and
Okay.
we'll take it from there.
All right. Agent Hull, I asked you earlier, after you had testified about all the video that you've watched, and video that you believe depicts Mr. Robinson from the UVU surveillance, and that combined with the driver's license and the DMV records, whether or not you believe that that person that you have seen in the video and on the driver's license record is in the courtroom today. And I believe your answer was yes.
Yes, that's correct.
And then I asked you if you wouldn't mind pointing him out and describing something that he's wearing. And I don't believe that I allowed you to do that.
Okay.
Would you do that right now?
Your Honor, just for the record, we would impose an objection based on the 14th Amendment for due process due to an unduly suggestive in-court ID. Also, we believe there's a lack of foundation establishing his ability to interpret the surveillance video. And based on that, we would object.
All right. I note that, well, to the state, do you wish to be heard on what was just stated?
Well, Judge, I think we had this discussion, and I think you ruled on that specific objection. And then after you ruled, I just neglected to come back and follow through with the question and the answer. That's my recollection of the bench meeting.
I believe I stated for the purposes of this hearing that identification by Agent Hull of Mr. Robinson was made. I could be wrong, but
Well, and I just wanted to clarify that, Judge, because there was some question about whether that in fact did happen. And so if that's your recollection of what happened, and if you're willing to put on the record that Agent Hull has identified the defendant, I think we're done.
does the defense want to be heard?
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
No, Your Honor.
Well, if for the benefit of the record and for thoroughness, if you wish to re-ask that question, you certainly, well, we can see what happens.
If I could, Judge, I'd like to. Would you please point him out and identify something that he is wearing?
Yeah, I believe that Mr. Robinson is between Ms. Nestor and other counsel wearing a grey suit, jacket with a dark tie, and a light-colored shirt.
Judge, I would ask that the record reflect that Agent Hull has identified the defendant.
I have no objection. I mean, I made my objection already.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
No, thank you,
All
Your Honor.
right. For the purposes of this hearing, I find that Agent Hull has identified Mr. Robinson. Again, this is only for the preliminary hearing. You may proceed.
Judge, I think for today, with Agent Hull, we're done for today. We'd ask that at this point we take a break until tomorrow.
All right, so are you saying that you're going to recall Agent, well, we're going to
let me-
resume with Mr. Hall tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning, and let me explain and I was going to explain this, but let me explain why. Judge, our intent is to prepare an original version of the video that has been in dispute today, without the circles, without the blur, and without the zooming in. And our intent is to introduce that tomorrow as a different exhibit. And we just can't prepare that in the next hour or so. So we're going to need this evening to prepare that exhibit. And we'd like to return with that. Judge, what I would also suggest, well, let me get your take on that, Judge.
All right. Does the defense wish to be heard about ending for the day? We have about 5 o'clock. What is the defense?
Your Honor,
position?
we're happy to accommodate the state on that.
All right. So for today, Agent Hall, you may step down, and we'll resume with your testimony tomorrow morning. Anything further, Mr. Sturgill?
Well, just one other thing, and it's a suggestion. I'm
Agent
sure-
Hull, can you wait just 1 second? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sure Ms. Nestor may have a position with regards to this, but Judge, we would invite you to review the exhibit that we've been talking about today. It is 12.1. We suggest that you look at it between today and tomorrow, because our intent is to seek to admit the version where it doesn't have the circle or the blur or the zoom in, and if that is admitted, we do intend to introduce that exhibit 12.1 as well. And I think it would be helpful if you saw that in advance, and you could compare that to the version that doesn't have the circle, the blur, and the zooming in. I would ask that you do that. I don't know if Ms. Nestor has a different opinion about that, but I think it would be helpful in determining whether or not that particular exhibit, 12.1, is admissible.
Ms. Nestor.
I don't have anything to add to that. I defer to what the court prefers to do on that. I do have another matter before Agent Hull is released that I do want to address with the court, but I don't have any concern if the court wants to look at it in advance. It's kind of a little bit of a long video. I think it's just about 5 minutes, maybe. It's not very long. So if you want to wait until tomorrow, it's not going to slow the matter down very much, but it's up to the court on that.
All right, I appreciate the parties. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until it's properly before me and a motion has been made for either of the videos, and then I'm happy to entertain the motion to review both of them, or however the parties. I don't want to issue a pre-ruling, so I'll wait till it's properly before me, and I can take it from there. Being that it's about 5 minutes, I'm not too concerned about how much time is needed. I also want to be thorough, so I'll wait till it's brought before me and we can address it from there. And turning to Ms. Nestor as it relates to your request.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I recognize that Agent Hull is the case agent and is working with the state in preparing for this, but he is still on the stand, and I would ask that he be instructed that he can't discuss his testimony, even though he's the case agent. I don't think it's proper for him to discuss his testimony while he's excused for the night.
Mr. Sturgill.
It's not a problem, Judge.
All right, so Agent, from this moment on until we come back in court, you're instructed not to discuss your testimony with anyone, as you are still on the stand for all intents and purposes. And we'll, if the state recalls you this tomorrow morning, then we'll proceed, okay?
Okay, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused. For today. All right, thank you, Agent Hall. Anything further from the parties, or do either party need the benefit of the record before we adjourn?
No, Your Honor.
Not from the state, Judge.
All right, noting neither party wishes the benefit of the record, court is in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Charlie Kirk case. That's where they park their vehicles. Like grab it when I ran before.
No, it was weird because he came out and looked down the street as if he was expecting me to be
Could be just a gang thing to
Exactly.
confuse us. Oh, the parents are coming. That would be something. Oh, the mom. I think that's the parents. It's not moving fast.
Yeah, she just was beating him.
So, so it's about going this way, right? you guys just make a hole right here? That side of the tree. Yep, on the other side of the tree would be great.
summer, the cup is bigger than ever, and DraftKings has you covered wherever you are. Every match, every goal, every iconic celebration that gets blown out of proportion by the international media. Think of that.
New DraftKings customers, spend $5 and get $200 in total bonuses, and get the game nationwide with DraftKings. Now live in all 50 states. The crown is yours.
Hi, I'm Katie from Gone Wrong. We're ready to do summer with red, white, and huge savings.
It's the Longhorn 4th of July flash sale. Get a brand new bathroom remodel for as low as $149 a month. Plus a free mow and shower head upgrade at $2,000 value. The Longhorn has been trusted for 4 generations to transform homes just like yours. Don't wait. The 4th of July flash sale ends July 11th.
From Gone Wrong, Maryland, D.C. and Virginia's #1 home improvement company.
Because trust goes a long way. We invite your passionate soccer fans to push this vehicles to the limit, just like they do with their teams. Further proof that the Nissan lineup is tested and trusted by the toughest. Hurry in to bring home a winning offer at the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
More local partners get 0% appear on select model plans. Available contracts starting at just $20,600. What does Bauer specifically mean to this team, bring to this team?
I think he's cool, he knows, I think he's doing a fantastic job. That's always good news for us, and I think it's important for the team, and I hope that together he can show his quality.
Let's show that by Charlie Kirk.
you think is going to be significant to this game? The game is 90 minutes. The U.S. are going to have to play all 90 minutes absolutely dialed in. And one of the things that really goes to is team selections, and James talking about this as well a little bit. They had a lot of options off the bench, but I think in the first half, they really trying to match the athleticism, the intensity, and the energy at which the U.S. will play with. This is a game at this stage of the competition that we have seen so far. Don't make mistakes, and you get punished. It's the U.S. team facing U.S. team. They were a big defender in this point. It's a young group, and it's so much about the maturity at this point. And you can see how mature they are in game management. They don't get that early goal, because I think the team that scores the first goal tonight wins the game. That another game that is very supported to a reiterated to us in practice yesterday. They're going to have to win this as a whole group, not one player, whether that's Balogun or someone else. We're so excited for this. We're back up to you.
Thank you very much. And we have gone from 3 to our normal 4. Alexi Morris has played the crowd.
I miss you guys. Especially for you.
In the squad, this is about as soon as you can hope for the stage to join them.
Raise itself when it comes to this 11. I like to show because this is the 11 that has played the best. We also have Christian Pulisic, who has had a little bit more rest and a little bit more time. We still haven't seen, as we talked earlier in the show, a Christian Pulisic definitive type of game. It'd be great to have it here today, but as you guys have been talking about, they are up against this Belgian team. I think for the first time in this tournament, we guys see the U.S. play a team where the U.S. is kind of back in that underdog role. That doesn't mean that they're going to enter in on stretch the imagination, but they're going to have to be patient through this game. This is the 11. This is the 11 for the U.S. There's plenty of talent on the bench to come off, and we'll see how the game starts and how it goes against this Belgian team. They're going to ask questions of this year, maybe in ways that we haven't seen yet in this tournament.
Well, certainly in their break room to enter the game as well, but they have all that strength to come off the bench, and that's the Germany go-to, especially Zlatan picking out a player that you know really well, and the heart attack is there. Vincent, he's everywhere, only one top long, Western McKenna.
Western McKenna, he's probably the player that what you didn't trust move, he's holding everything every time. He's a box player, he's a guy that runs a lot without the ball, gives support to the strikers, he's back to the defense when he needs to be fed. He's a player that doesn't get a lot of credit, but the players know, the coach knows what he means to the team. This is what he has been doing over the tournament. And he can score goals also. Just like an important quality for not holding, but a bench box influence. So he's an important piece of the team.
Another important piece is the man that you think was going to be able to play today until yesterday when they found out they Balogun could play. So talk us through, we're going to have a look at some examples as well, Thierry, that you picked out of what Phil Balogun brings.
Like we said, don't hit the player, hit the game. He's on the field, he's going to play. So no, what he does is he runs all the time in beyond, and I love that. Any strikers out there are looking at these dudes. And what can we do in that situation? We're going to highlight what is in the air, as you're going to see. Boom. Look in that first one. We have been available. He's running. He's like, hey, Charlie. Usually what we do is these strikers, we don't playing, we say we don't move again. Now, he's moving again. Watch. He's always alert. He doesn't get it again. Doesn't matter. Watch. He never, ever stops. Look at that point. Same thing. He's always asking for the ball in behind. Always moving. Look at what Bosnia is doing. They're jumping. All they're going to do is back. Same thing. Look at that. As soon as they go, as soon as they get the goal, they look for him. And he runs in behind. He's always on the last, on the shoulder of the last defender. Sorry. And he runs in behind straight away. He doesn't know the gun. He runs. And they know that. The big heroes know that. They don't run to give him the ball. They give him the ball all the time. Once again, if you are a center forward out there, always run. One thing that he does, look at the intensity, that's right. Look at that. He goes into pressure. Do his thing. They all do it. He's alert. He goes trying to press on the goalkeeper. What's going to do? He comes back to make sure that it's not offside. Or watch what he does. As soon as he gets the ball back, he runs. Being behind. Not a lot of grass, but still. Let's go. Finishes. And he celebrates like LeBron James. And he's here.
Winston has gotten to know different sporting groups throughout this World Cup, and today he made his way to Seattle to spend some time with the American Outlaws. Let's see how that one went with Jimmy's on Fox, sponsored by Coca-Cola. Against Belgium, a quarter-final spot on the line. The winner, which will beat this US team set out on a mission this summer to captivate the nation. And coming up, the examining minority of Pochettino's men are succeeding beyond anyone's imagination. FIFA World Cup 2026 today on Fox is presented by Google. Still something special. When you buy an all-new Toyota RAV4, you're not just getting a great deal on a reliable vehicle today. You're getting a comfort, tech, and style you deserve. With efficient plug-in hybrid and hybrid options, built with a total range of about 600 miles. And as a KBB Best Buy for 2026, it's recognized as one of the smartest values on the road today. That's Toyota credibility. Buy smart, drive for less, and trade for more. Toyota, let's go places. Termites, one metal road for an invite. They just under your home, then you invite. By the time you notice, your house is their middle. Moneycontrol and Termite and Moneycontrol take the lead. To find out what these uninvited pests really reveal, highly trusted technicians detect termite infestations fast. And with advanced treatments that last. Get 10% off our full termite treatment today, and keep those critters away. If something is bothering you, call Plumbing and Termite and Pest Control today. Visit plumbing-pestcontrol.com. It's so confusing. Cards in football is the opposite to a sub-band of Look at the harder to complete. This card comes 3 times night and day. Okay, then everything goes to the top. Ready? And 2 yellow cards means that you're upset. That card gets you until instead. It's only the card that's been not to be delivered. Shades sapphire and Road running, you're very fast, well, I can't handle. But you do realize, yes, Red Bull gives you wings, but, I'm scared of heights. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull Zero. Zero sugar, no calories. Charlie Kirk? What's wrong with you? What's written now? Say it louder! I'm not Winston! Quietly, tell you now. This company is a really good example. Here we go. Pochettino side aiming for a quarter-final place tonight against Belgium. to Tom Ronaldo.
What an atmosphere here, Rebecca. As we consider the experience of this World Cup and all it's brought to us in summer, it gives us a chance not to focus on the borders of the beliefs that sometimes divide us, but an event with the power to do the exact opposite, unite us. And that's what's been happening through this tournament, this team, this run. As Matthew McConaughey helps us explain, this rectangle is planted with a special gift to connect us. Everybody's welcome and it's connecting everybody. So that's the beauty of the world.
So, you've been to the States? established over here too. Do you think this, not just here today, but what we've seen over the last 3 to 4 weeks, with not just the USA, but all the teams, all the fans, did you think it would look like this one day?
And I've been saying it for a very long time. I said it since Sunday. This country is a sleeping giant when it comes to football. I will say football. This country is a beast. But you need to go about it the right way. You need to believe that you can. I've been saying it for a very long time. This country, usually when they touch a sport, they usually dominate it. And I know, I've been saying it for a long time, since I've been here, since I left, when I'm in Europe, I always say to people, do not sleep on the US. Do not. Do they want to wake up? Do they want it? Do they believe in it? That's a different ball game. I always did say, if I'm in Europe, oh yeah. You have to go about it the right way. And have the right foundation. There's a good foundation right now. Hopefully you can build on that. I always believe, and I will never change and not stop it. This World Cup is giving us as Americans a view through the lens of others as they see this country through the World Cup. And it's giving us perspective, and I think maybe even some appreciation, and then obviously the people that have visited the country, hopefully they have a completely different perspective when it comes to what we are as America.
A huge crowd balancing out country roads before kickoff as we edge towards 32 years following champions we've already gone past 6 million now, and 96,000 surrounding the whole car. So I think that there was every touch to the heart for the US fans today from their presence. This was team into the last 8. We will pick out our players to watch ahead of this one. 21 minutes to go.
exactly when they announced the starting lineups here inside Seattle Stadium, the loudest pop was reserved for Flo Balogun. The U.S. trying to get to just their second ever quarterfinal appearance on a World Cup stage, first since 2002. Rob Stone, Carly Lloyd, and Clint Dempsey back here with you. We want to hit a couple players that our eyes are really focused on today. We begin with Malik Tillman, who had his Kurt Schilling bloody sock moment last time out a couple days ago in the Bay Area before he took that free kick. That's a look at what he was dealing with, and he was still able to bend that ball into the, as Dr. Dempsey showed us earlier.
Yeah, welcome to the lab. Tillman has been the man. It's hard to mention him without mentioning also McKinney and Adams. They've been amazing in midfield. What's impressed me about Tillman is his work off the ball. His running for his teammates to get open, but also the work he's doing defensively. We've always known his quality that he has, being able to be creative, use his flicks, use his skill to create opportunities for the players around him. And I think this battle will be won in midfield today.
And look, big-time players show up in big moments, and we are all awaiting Christian Pulisic to show up. This is his opportunity to do so. This game actually sets him up to pass the sets, especially wide. The Dolphins are going to want to get those fullbacks high, and he can take advantage of that space in transition. 1v1s, he's got to be exceptional and get a goal.
Real quick, 3 Belgian stars start this one on the bench. How does that impact the way the U.S. is going to attack that first 45?
Look, I don't know what the game plan is, but I think they're going to come out flying. I think no matter who they have starting and coming off the bench with a De Bruyne, Lukaku, Doku, it's going to be really hard to defend that.
To your point, we got to start the game quick. The longer this game goes on, the more pressure's on the U.S., especially getting to the second half. I think the game opens up even more, and then you have Kevin De Bruyne, and then you also have Doku coming on, like you said, that can change this game. So the longer the game goes on, how do we deal with that pressure? Hopefully we can get an early goal like we've done in most of the games so far this tournament. And then, hey, it's going to be exciting stuff. Let's get our popcorn.
The Red Devils know they've got the cavalry waiting on the bench if they're needed. For more, we take you upstairs. Rebecca and the guys.
Rob, thank you so much. So many stars then on both sides hoping to leave their mark on today's match. So for our players to watch, sponsored by Adidas, we're going to focus first of all on one of those players the guys were talking about who will probably, Zlatan, come off the bench and affect this game in a big way. Who's that?
Romelu Lukaku. He's not in his best condition, but every time he has entered the pitch, he has done damage to the opponent. He's probably the most powerful player in this tournament. Not the most skillful, not the most technical, but the guy knows one thing, and that's scoring goals. He always did it in his career, and he's continuing to doing that. So when he comes in, I want to see those defenders handle him, because he's going to move them with ease, that I can tell you.
Normally on the left-hand side, Jeremy Doku will play for Belgium, not playing today. In his place, a player though who you think could be just as dangerous, Thierry.
Luke Bakio will probably be on the right, Trossard's going to be on the left. But do not sleep on Luke Bakio, do not sleep on Charles Kirk because the big guns are on the bench. This guy in 1v1 can be lethal, come back on his left foot and score. He has that in his locker, and he's been waiting for a long time to be a starter. That's his chance. Let's see what's going to happen after, but be careful, Robinson.
And let's talk about a player we just saw warming up, who looked like he had some sort of strapping for the guy on his left.
Yeah, we don't know what that was all about. Yeah, we will not figure that out, but we know that he is eligible to play today, and he is starting today. So much has been said about him over the last couple of days, or certainly 24 hours ago. Didn't think he was going to be playing this game, and that was part of it. So you have something. Let us stick up and advocate for the player in this moment. And it may make all the difference, because this guy has had a wonderful tournament up there on top. The U.S. is better with Balogun on the field, and I'm delighted to see that he's going to be on the field.
And just real quick from a US perspective, when that team sheet dropped and you saw Doku on the bench, you saw De Bruyne on the bench, you must have been pretty happy.
I don't know. I don't care what the 11 is. By the way, all you guys do is talk about Lukaku, all right? He's so big, he's so strong. You don't think that our guys can handle a big, strong guy?
Just really move your way.
It is going to change the game if and when they come on the field. But I think our U.S. team is going to be prepared for it.
Thank you, Christian Pulisic, and the to find the back of the net at this World Cup tonight. He's hoping to shine against Belgium in Seattle. And now the support of the
Cuban rhythms to New York. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was born when the Japanese took judo to Brazil. And that followed fine traditions in Spanish drill, and Spain made the judo. After Jamaicans took their sciences to the Ukraine for growth of and this is what the world gets when 48 nations meet to play one beautiful game.
The Bank of America customized cash rewards Visa card for life's rewarding moments. Earn 6% cash back in a category of your choice like online shopping for the first year from account opening.
Do you believe in miracles? Yes. Welcome to the party.
Hi. You okay? Yeah, just changing up my look. See that? I gotta lay low. See that brand new Hyundai Tucson? I only paid. Huh. Well, you look stunning.
Enjoy your car. Feels so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days or 1.9% APR for 72 months on select models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
This day was inevitable. You want to do something that's never been done? Go someplace you've never been? Eventually, you have to stop chasing the world's attention and start chasing the world's respect. Stand across from the baddest on the planet and not win it. Go ahead. Look at the rest of the crowd. That isn't expectation. It's a reputation you can't buy. Names that shake the ground. Cold, hard facts. What do we have? Something you can't buy. Who blinks first?
That's if they can get past a strong Belgium team who took this tournament. Belgium don't over nothing.
Yeah, they battle all they have to put on the bench. We already know that, but let's go back to what I said, and I will go back. I said quarterfinals, maybe semis. You're one step away from that. So let's see where you can go, and then after maybe we can think about Spain and you can climbing Mount Everest. That will be a different ballgame, and you have to deal with that first and see where you can go.
Look at the scene here at Seattle Stadium as they await the teams.
rise to the table for the playing of the national anthem of Belgium. Please remain standing if you're able for the playing of the national anthem of the United States of America.
So on this first one, I'll knock you off. Yeah.
Hi, I'm your neighbor.
We're having a watch party.
We like fun?
Sounds like fun. Yeah. Hey, Allie, what's up? Unlimited home internet that keeps everyone connected. When the connection matters, it has to be AT&T.
Turn back time when you're injured with Valvoline Restore Protect, a first of its kind in the world that removes up to 100% of engine killing deposits and protects against future damage. Ask for Valvoline Restore Protect at your next oil change.
FIFA World Cup 2026 on Fox is presented by the Home Depot.
Here we are again, same Seattle sunshine, same incredible atmosphere, but a very different game with a very different edge this evening. It's the round of 16. It's winning at home at the World Cup between the United States and Belgium. No changes for Mauricio Pochettino. That means Phil Bellingham is best in the land. 3 goals for him in this tournament. But up in the right is by Belgium, but he gets the start in this one against Belgium. United States in the round of 16 against Belgium. Doesn't get much better and better than this for these players that have been waiting for this moment. That crazy goal, only one goal against him so far in the tournament. This will be his biggest test. And here come the Belgians. Couple changes for them as well. But most notably, it's who's not starting. Jeremy Doku, Manchester City winger, on the bench. Kevin De Bruyne, one of the best players in the world, on the bench. I think they've gone with a lineup that can match the physicality and the speed of the United States. Onana gets a start in the middle of the field. When you come up here on that right-hand side, look out for him. He is dangerous. I expect Trossard to be on the left. Luka Bacchio on the right, cutting into his left. And the Kettler gets the start up front. One other important name, Lukaku. Look out for him in the second half. This has been a wonderful 3.5 weeks. The way this team has played, and the way so many millions of you have embraced it, it's something Mauricio Pochettino will practice about a number of times. But this game was always going to be a little bit different. Because for all of the success the U.S. has had historically at World Cups, only once have they ever won in this round and advanced to the quarterfinal. It's a different type of opponent Rudy Garcia leads. This is one of Europe's elite. This is a team in the top 10 of FIFA's rankings. So this game was always going to be a bit different. And then yesterday happened. And that just adds a different emotional intensity. It adds a different scrutiny, both across this country of ours, but also globally as well. All the players can do, all they can control is how they perform. And how together this group is, how motivated they are to make real history. Because in the modern format of this FIFA World Cup, only once has a U.S. men's team played in a World Cup quarterfinal. And that was a quarter century ago. And all the while the European champions, Spain, watch in Dallas to find out who they will face off with in that quarterfinal Friday afternoon in Los Angeles. One of the very special days in the history of the sport in this country can be kept off with a victory. And we are underway. It is the United States in the dark blue. It is Belgium in the very light blue. It's a U.S. team that had to really work for Wednesday in Santa Clara. An early shot which was blocked by Alex Freeman from Belgium. They took the lead against Bosnia-Herzegovina. They were reduced to 10 men with that video review red card. And they grinded it out the rest of the way for just a second knockout stage win in their history. And Rodrigo just thought that was going to be their ball. Look out for that long forehand from the Kuiper. So they're going to put early pressure on that freeze. Maxime de Kuiper going to set up a long throw. It's in deep. Richards got his head to it. Pulisic's got to get it clear. Can't get it clear. The follow through. Shot was blocked. A second follow. It comes 48 seconds into this game. And that's a man who knows from big stage. He's a World Cup winner. When you get the ball from the wrist, you know it's been a great save. But just not clear at the top of the box from the U.S. The second one was a good block. And then that shot's going in. Freeze at full extension. Set pieces will be a key for both teams in this match. That was Timothy Castagna who took it. It's De Kuiper once again on the court. In that game against Bosnia-Herzegovina. Mohamed of Jordan is our referee. This is a big game for him. Dramatic build-up. And the red two loses, trying to reset up the set play. Kuiper sends it in, freeze stays on. Anthony Robinson didn't get there. Second early save from that Flores. After that challenge from the Kuiper. So it's a Belgian team. They were in this building a week ago. They were down 2 goals with 5 minutes left. It was the latest comeback in a knockout stage game in World Cup history. They forced extra time with Senegal. They won it with the latest goal in the history of the World Cup. So they're coming in a little bit battle-hardened, maybe a little bit fatigued as well, potentially. You talked about the lineup changes. Overall, what do you expect? Well, I expect that this is a game the U.S. are going to have to be locked in for 90 minutes. They passed. He's looking to get on the end of that, quickly take a throw. He clips it up in the air. Tillman not going to reach it out for a U.S. throw. Just as a reminder, as we're trying to get our points in here, this game is going to be intense, but it's exactly what you would expect from 2 high-quality teams. Belgium have experience. They have quality all over the field. They play in big games all the time.
for many of these players on the field for the U.S. right now, biggest game of their lives. They talked about the maturity from 4 years ago. We're going to find out, but they will not back down. If they've shown us anything throughout this tournament, as Pulisic knocked off the ball earlier, I said I think he could have a very big game in this one if he gets the space and time, but is aggressive in the ball. But at the beginning, U.S. has to be the team that matches the intensity.
Richards is going to get there first. The Purple Arm is trying to catch him. They're going back to freeze the goalkeeper, and he knocks it off the Belgian for a throw. Yes, this will come out knocked away by the second man through Onana. The start taking the early off the ball. McKinney early angle, and he's got that up there. Thibaut Courtois, one of the best goalkeepers in the world of his generation, his first touch of the ball. Courtois playing today his 20th game in a World Cup, most of any Belgian in history. Third most of any goalkeeper. It includes the game where he and Belgium beat the United States in this round in 2014. Just first to that header from Freeman. Direct traffic doesn't like what he sees. Not for a Belgian throw.
Things I'm really interested in early in this game is to get a look back at Castagne's shot. The ball is bending. It's bending even more in slow motion, but freeze. What concentration, top hand up, and it has to be a strong hand too. That's a terrific save, and you get a better look at it on that replay there.
U.S. fans moving in that ball there.
Well, Tom Rinaldi said it really well before the game. U.S. won with 10 against Bosnia, but today they play with 12. That 12th man is the crowd. And this crowd is one of the best we have experienced, and they will be important in motivating and pushing this team throughout the game.
It goes by Goy, and will run all the way through to Matt Freeze. Don't underestimate the significance of that early save for Freeze. This is the biggest game of his life. Former college soccer player at Harvard, plays for New York City FC and MLS. 5 saves so far at this tournament, but none of the truly top-level category. That might have, in fact, be the biggest save he's made in his 19 games as the starting goalkeeper for the United States, particularly because it came so early. This is the media pressure taken off the ball by Onana. This is his first 2 goals today.
Just a couple touches that are getting a little sticky, stuck under his foot. Just trying to watch how the United States are looking to build and to break down this Belgian defense. McKennie really in possession is coming far wide and right. And you've got the wingers, the fullbacks on both sides pushing inside. Dest is coming inside to make space. I think, again, they want to find ways to get McKennie around the create. As they have done all tournament, the U.S.'s strength in attack has been their unpredictability by moving players around and creating matchups that they want, all centered around Phil Malley.
Well, there's the body up on the Pitula. Onana need a challenge for that. Freeman, the 21-year-old, very young player. Trying to shape the Belgian big moments. That's another 50-50 points down against the U.S. Lukavakio now, slaughtered by Tyler Adams. But he gets around Adams to the second opportunity. Wide into Scott. It's on the deck. It's missed. That was a wonderful look for Yuri Tillemans, who scored twice in the last game, and he just mishit it.
They get away with one here. Pulisic stops his run, tracking back with Castagne here, and he does the overlap, so they get the overload situation that they want. And Pulisic just stopped running with him and left Anthony Robinson 2 against 1. The ball was cut back. It was a great look for Tillemans, expecting the hit to just sweep that into the back of the net. But the first thing you see is just the difference now in competition. The athleticism of Belgium, closing down space, putting the U.S. under pressure. It's going to be important. 1v1 duels all across the field. But you can't leave players and not make that run tracking back. You can't leave guys 2v1.
There's a bit of hesitation, but he gets there in front of Luka Bacchio. Those two collide. It's what we said. This is a different type of game against a different type of opponent from the prior four.
And they just sneak inside, and he is onside to Kefaloff, playing on the shoulder of the last defender, Tim Ream. It's a great ball across goal. And Belgium take the early lead, punishing the United States for making a mistake in their box. How do you respond? First time the U.S. have gone behind with the first goal. They have scored the first goal in every game to this point.
This is where the home crowd in Seattle is going to be so important. Charlie Kirk, his first World Cup goal. He was a prodigy for Belgium as a 21-year-old, made a huge move to AC Milan. Struggled to make that pan out, but he's starting ahead of Romelu Lukaku, the one-time leading scorer. Such a huge moment for him individually as the passes behind depth and he slips. And this is a key 5 moments right here for the U.S. to show some composure and work their way back into this game with the Quintalon was tripped up. There you saw for Tyler Adams. Jermaine Fatima, Barely Richie, Colena talking with Jill Ellis. Alex Morgan in there. Cindy Barlow Cole, bottom left, president of the U.S. Soccer Federation. Look at that discrepancy. 6 shots to none, the opening 11 minutes. And we were so worried about the second half of this game. The U.S. has been the top scoring team in the first half in this World Cup. Can they get themselves going here? Good interception by Castani there as Rain was trying to pick out Pulisic.
And I think the other thing Belgium are doing well right now is they're not trying to play through the U.S. press. They simply said, look, we're going to force you out a little bit. We're not trying to find those little slip balls to Onana. We don't want to give them all the way in the middle of the field. And then they're playing direct and over the top, trying to test the back line of the United States. And so far, it's been working.
Freeman, good defensive work there. Trossard. Who scored that goal against Australia in the game here a couple weeks ago. That ball's out of play.
They do just look a little nervy, though, don't they? The U.S. Heavy touches, balls going out of bounds, turnovers in the middle of the field, a little bit late on some of those tackles. But that's when you've gone from being the aggressor in every game, and you've had such a great start and an intensity, and all of a sudden now somebody's right up in your face.
Richards just got hit in the face, and Chris Richards is down. The indispensable members of his team are the key leaders at the back. Birmingham, Alabama native. And the U.S. team has been in camp since the last week in May, and they have talked about being battle tested
the strength of the games that they've played this year, including a bad loss against Belgium in March, the games against Senegal and Germany right before the World Cup. The togetherness and the spirit they feel that this group has is good. A lot of them said if any team they've ever been a part of, that has to show now. Ream was late. The Cantelar is going to keep that ball in play. Anthony Robinson won the initial battle for the ball. He can't do anything about that on the outside. Lukamakia running in. Adams bodies it off it. Reset wide to Cantelara. Anthony Robinson waiting. Lukamakia now. It was coming for De Cantelara. Back heel attempt there. From Zilmans, they can't get it clear. Trossard was there to pick it up. Pulisic can't get it clear. Onana holds it in. Flipped in now, and it'll be a comfortable catch for Freeze as Trossard was in the air.
Well, because the U.S. have not been able to really get pressure, Alex Freeman trying to get this team and this crowd going. In games like this, you need a moment. You need something to go your way. A possession, a tackle, because they're under siege right now, this U.S. team.
And Trossard will line it up from a long ways out and put it over.
But the point I was going to make is that because Belgium have so much of the ball in the attacking part of the field, and they're so comfortable in possession, they have fullbacks high and wide. They have numbers advantages all over the field. So now the U.S.'s best attacking players, as you look at the goal again, for Cantelara, is not going to get many easier finishes than that. But that's just being in the right place, timing his run, staying onside, coming off that U.S. mistake. But the U.S.'s attacking players right now are having to come back and track back and deal with these fullbacks. So Pulisic's doubling down, and Dest is coming back. So they're not a threat the other way. The U.S. need to have something attacking-wise that keeps those fullbacks a little bit more honest and keeps the numbers advantage in their favor defensively.
Robinson for Leslie McKinney, too far for him. Robinson got his pocket pick, let it back quickly inside for Adams. Quarter hour gone. It's been a tough opening 15 minutes for the U.S. Matt Freeze with a huge save in the opening minute. 9-minute goal for Belgium. And they start to look again like the team that they have been at this World Cup so far, even against a much higher quality opponent than they've played at this World Cup so far.
Yeah, I think we're about 7-ish minutes away from the hydration break. Just looking at the U.S. defensive pressing structure, it's too easy for Belgium right now. It's basically balling in against three. Belgium are building out the three players on the back, and McKennie's having to drop back a little bit deeper in midfield. So the U.S. just can't get the same type of pressure on the ball that they have been doing. They get a good look at it here as they start to cycle back. They've always got an extra man. So Tillman did a good job stepping out that time and forced that ball forward, and now resulted in an offside. They're going to have to adjust in real time, but I do think that would be the first real opportunity for Pochettino tactically to try to shift this a little bit.
We asked Mauricio Pochettino yesterday, how do you win these type of games? He laughed and said, I don't know, I've never been at one of them. Ask me again after. But he's such a coach that is so big on the mental side of the game. And as he said to us, more so than anything tactically or physically, the spirit that these guys have walking around the field at the end of practice and just kind of chatting with each other. So that's what's going to help us win these types of games, that we stick together in these moments. But in saying that, the U.S. Soccer Federation took a big swing, spent a lot of money to bring in Mauricio Pochettino a little less than 2 years ago. And this is the type of game, and this hydration break in a few moments is exactly the type of moment why you do that. What can he do with this opportunity? Man down for Belgium in some pain right now is Amadou Onana. He's going to be stopped so he can be looked at.
He hasn't started since the first match for Belgium. He went off in that match with an injury listed game against Iran. Then came back, had 2 appearances. Cameo was basically off the bench, so seeing him back in the starting lineup, that was a significant change for Belgium. He brings a lot in the middle of the field. Now, the players are coming over to the bench right now. This will be interesting how the referee, he's going to say no. Because the U.S. almost were trying to use this as a tactical timeout, which Pochettino still is trying to communicate stuff. Just
stop him from talking.
Yeah. Right down below us to our left. But I was going to add to your point about Pochettino. There is only so much you can do as a coach tactically within this sport, to where there's an element of when you put the players out on the field, the players have to execute and perform. There's nothing tactically Pochettino could have done on that first goal. That's just a couple of guys looking at the ball, not communicating, and then boom, that's why you're down 1-0. So it's not like, look, Belgium have been the better team, they've created the more chances, but this has not been a landslide by any means. There's a lot of time left for these guys on the field to get this going here.
Amadou Onana, who was actually born in Senegal, but he was raised in Belgium, plays at Aston Villa in the Premier League with Yuri Tielemans. As you mentioned, having been a starter at the last World Cup, he's been coming off the bench, so it's a big spot for him to be given this opportunity. It's a Belgian team, not just how good they've been when they score the first goal, they've actually not been beaten in any games since March of last year. They're on the second longest unbeaten run in their country's history. The only longer run was a team that made the semi-final at the World Cup in 2018, the best Belgian team of the modern era. And a few players from that team, that golden generation, are still a part of this squad. Anthony Robinson tackles it out. The question right now is whether Onana can continue. The answer looks to be no. And they've got a substitute up already, Montenegro, who has been a starter for them at this tournament. So really blow for Belgium to have to lose one of their starters to an error injury. They're going to hold the sun now. So Belgium are playing with 10, but they have an attacking throw. It's sent in deep. It's Weston McKennie who heads away. But not done. Back in by Castagna, back post. Richards rising up to get away. Adams there almost collided with Pulisic, able to get rid of it. Balogun, collision with a couple of defenders. Balogun's going to chase that one. How to be alert to come out and get it. Gives it away. Going to be bashed for. There's a second man down for Belgium right now. As part of that collision with Balogun, nowhere to go. U.S. going to have to kick this ball out so he can get looked at. Is the referee's purview if he wants to stop the game, and he does now. It's Roland Mekele, their center back, who's down.
Should in theory also give Belgium a chance to make their sub. We almost had the same situation with the ball up in the air, but eventually I think with Tyler Adams who took charge. Mekele ends up colliding with his own teammate, which is, I think, why you hear the response from this Seattle crowd. Now, I've talked a lot about this atmosphere. I think even when I'm feeling from the players and the crowd is a little bit of nerves. A good attacking spell for the U.S. would go a long way in bringing everybody into this game, including themselves.
So Montenegro is on. Mekele is able to continue after being down for a moment. Dest drives it inside. Tillman, and he couldn't make that pass across the field. Intercepted by Luca Bacchio. There's Tillman flying through from behind, couldn't get there to Ketelar, the goal scorer. Good return. Luca Bacchio beaten Jones.
What a run from Luca Bacchio, and an even better run from Tyler Adams. Tracked him from the middle of the field. And those little moments I'm talking about, that could be one as well. It's just, you just turn over the balls, and Onana's going to make his way to the Belgian locker room. That's nothing, you never want to see that for any player taking part in a game like this. There's a long ball again, long and direct, bypassing that U.S. press. They know that is a strength. And they've been winning some of these second balls, but look how much
they freeze back top. Richards almost gave it away. He needs some help. As the Ketelar wrestled Ream off the initial ball in the air. Richardson was meaning that for Dest, but McKennie came to get him.
But you understand now, if you're the U.S., what they're doing. So this means now you need your center backs, your defenders, whoever's attacking the ball. Get a good starting position, win that header. You have to be aggressive. If you hesitate, you're going to get pinned. You're going to get that ball like that one, or it pops up. Chris Richards is now nervous going back to his own goal. You know what the opponent is doing. So it becomes a game about first and second balls.
Pulisic, and they get him going. Here's Alex Freeman. Out for Sergiño Dest. Freeman, Tillman, cut it back. Keeler was blocked though. Tillman's there, got a foot in the way, but it's We'll go right back to the U.S. Next stoppage of play will be the first half hydration break. Dest, he driving inside to
This will be interesting. I think he's going to think that Dex was pulling him with the left hand down as he was getting around the cover.
And that takes us to our first half hydration break. Charlie Kirk, this is 7th career goal for his country. The difference maker right now here in Seattle in the round of 16 of the FIFA World Cup.
Trying to predict the future is a hazardous occupation. The only thing we can be sure of is that it will be absolutely fantastic. I'm thinking of the incredible breakthrough, the communications satellite. These things will make possible a world in which we can be in instant contact with each other wherever we may be. When that time comes, the whole world will have shrunk to a point.
You know who never loses the FIFA World Cup? A bandwagon fan. But as long as we have Lays, everyone wins.
So I just...
Hello? Thanks. Nice wax job. I'm not doing that. So instead of judging us, join us. Hop on the bandwagon, America. I don't know, I just got here. Do you know who's winning?
Every Walmart Plus member knows free delivery means that unexpected guests of any size are not a problem. Carl looks like he can eat.
He's a machine. This is why I'm a Walmart Plus member. Groceries delivered free today.
You guys saying what I'm saying?
Horror makes me sneeze. Good thing pharmacy delivery is free too. Who knew?
Mom knew.
With Walmart Plus, I can handle the rest. It's worth it.
What a beautiful animal. I see you, Carl.
Back in Seattle, warm in the sunshine, very comfortable in the shade. The U.S. bench just got pelted with one of the water sprinklers as they were going through this very important huddle during the hydration break. Let's start first of all with this from a mental, emotional side. If indeed this team has looked a bit nervy, why would that be? For all that they've done the last few weeks, why would this be a game that they would struggle to work into?
Because getting some of their lives, look, the only way to get experience in these games and not feel nervous is to play them more often. Well, it comes for every 4 years. That's why when Nick passed away at Belgium, as we said, these guys are playing in Champions League clubs, big clubs going far in European competitions. You play in big games. You don't feel that same type of way. And I think the U.S. looked just a little hesitant in the early stages, and then the game goes against you. Then you can see an early goal. But that's done now. You're in the game. How do you respond from that? That's when you find out who's a lion, who's going to stand up and be counted on and don't be a sheep. Well, I think these guys have got it in them. But they need a spell to believe in themselves once again of what this team can do. But I am early stages here. I want to see how the U.S. is going to adjust out of that hydration break and what intensity they bring to swing that back on Belgium a little bit.
They need a spell, they need a spark. Carries forward, gets it away into the test. McKinney trying to get on the run. Just pull back there a bit there. It's a Kuiper to slow him up. Not enough for a foul. Pulisic. Up past one. Space in the left for Anthony Robinson. Cascardi comes to meet him. Those two are teammates at Fulham in the English Premier League. So a fun battle between those two. Pulisic wanted a better option than he got from Richards. Freeman with a man right on. Trying to play 1-2. Dest kind of mishit that. Bossard, really winner with Arsenal this season, helps Belgium get the ball clear. Let's see Lemons. Really direct traffic for Belgium. Very slow start of the tournament for them. 1-1 draw with Egypt, courtesy of an own goals. Kirk with their biggest ever win in the World Cup, 5-1 against New Zealand before the dramatic comeback here in this building last week against Senegal. Goal the second time there. The Ketelaar was the only one who knew that ball had just gone straight up in the air and is able to steer wide for Luca Bacchio. The defender here, Seattle rock music legend. This entire city has been engaged with this whole tournament. This is the 6th and final game in Seattle of this World Cup. And they lift the U.S. back into this game. And that's been McKinney's foul. Tricky game for this referee. Adam McCartney, 39 years old from Jordan. He's the first Jordanian center referee in World Cup history. He and his crew have been highly thought of. They're the first crew to have been given a 4th game at this tournament. But there's going to be an extreme amount of scrutiny on him and his decisions, he and his assistants, and the video assistant referee from Qatar, because of everything that's happened in the last 36 hours. It's led to Phil Balogun being on this field.
A little change up scene. Kyler Adams, middle of your screen. He's dropping between the center backs to now allow the U.S. to get their fullbacks higher. I think that's a good switch there. Now because it opens this up.
Williston, Balogun. There's the free kick, U.S. in very short position.
And this is evidence. So now you have Anthony Robinson higher on the left. You've got Freeman higher on the right. Now you've got new creative players coming underneath a little bit. So Pulisic finds a good spot. Looks for a combination with Balogun. His back-to-goal play has been terrific. A little bit of pull on the back. And the U.S. now all of a sudden have a set piece. Pretty good distance here for a direct strike. And I would imagine Malik Tillman, who struck his last free kick in the top corner, will be standing over this one again.
On the same field with that man, Josie Altidore once scored a free kick goal for the U.S. It was the first free kick goal in a World Cup for the U.S. since 1994.
Slightly different goalkeeper this time. Thibaut Courtois, one of the best in the world, 6'6", huge wingspan. We'll listen to the crowd on the right here. What's interesting, John, here is last time it was a little more to the left. He had to go to the wall. He can go both sides here because this is central, which makes it more difficult for Courtois.
There's a man lying down behind the wall, which means the wall could jump. Tillman. This is the highest scoring team in the first half of games of this World Cup. Fleming's goal came on their first shot of the title. The Belgian trying to counter punch. Lionel Trossard working on desk. Trossard to the ball, gets a cross, and the Trossard crossing it, and Belgium
plays in this game that you're most vulnerable after you score a goal. And this is why. Because the other team all of a sudden now has instant motivation to punch back. But once this ball gets wide, you've got 2v1. You can't let the cross get in here. Freeman is backing off. You've got support. Be more aggressive. They're both taking the same angle there. And Trossard is able to get down to the line. They're both making the same play. And that comes down to communication. But even at that point, Tim Ream gets beat at the back post. To Ketelar, great strength from him, but he just gets his hands on top of Ream. Gets the early jump. And you might think that's a foul, but it's not. I mean, he gets that early lead where they're both jumping for the ball. Pochettino cannot believe it. Well, this team have conceded right off the back of a goal that brought everybody back into this game. My goodness, great goal from De Ketelaere.
That ball was in play for 61 seconds from when Belgium kicked off to De Ketelaere scoring his second goal. And now exactly that. This crowd, these players have to get their energy back. Freeman is going to chase that down to the open box. Freeman crossing in, knocked down there, no one in the blue shirt nearby. It's not that dark enough shade. McKinney was flying through. Belgian bench goes berserk.
He's going to pick up a yellow card here. Listen to McKinney. Very smart still. There's a lot of emotion, a lot of intensity, and it's just a touch late. That is a yellow card tackle from McKinney. Cleans him out.
Jenny Taft, you're down there next to the U.S. bench. I imagine quite the swing in emotion the last few minutes. What have you been seeing and hearing?
It's so true, Charlie. From elation to absolute shock. I've seen Mauricio Pochettino kick over that water bottle bucket. I know you saw him as well. He's been shaking his head. Now, the nerves are very apparent from this U.S. team. I know you guys are catching on to the energy from the bench. I did learn during that hydration break, one of his messages was to make sure they were playing closer together without hesitation. Let's see if they can get back to that.
That's the move by Pulisic there. Lukabaki on the floor. McKinney going to get back to that touch. The goal score cycles it around.
So now you get where's Tyler Adams dropping into the back line. Now you've got Freeman wide on the right. We might try to find these little passing lanes and combinations. Having players, as Jenny said, they're closer together.
And yet Belgium will know that as well. And they're trying to shut off all those passing angles.
What Belgium's doing is they're not backing off. They have their pressing triggers and releases. And when one guy goes, here comes the kicker. Everybody steps up. They try to go together.
Good off the chest, although it was a bit much for McKinney to deal with, and Belgium went it back in the middle of the field.
I think it's a huge end to the half here for the United States. You've got just under 10 minutes plus some stoppage. But what you really want to accomplish in this game is stay in the game. If you find a goal, great. You level it back up. But you need to make sure you stay intense, dialed in, mistake-free. Because if you could see another one before the half.
Ketelar was offside, and that touch looked like two of them came off the knock in the second. That's why I knew he couldn't touch it. Have been building to their entire life. It is everything that Mauricio Pochettino and his staff have been building to the last 2 years. Tillman, and that ran away from there, trying to make his move. Robinson stepped in to poke it away. Picked it up. Lewis had a chance there to look like to win the ball back high up the field. Melissa just couldn't redirect himself to go get that one. Now Goody Lukabaki on the ball. Smaller got the assist on the opener, rolls it forward. Over
Trossard on this left side right now. They are putting a lot of pressure down the U.S.'s left. They want Pulisic back defending, forcing him to defend.
Walker sends the cross in, up in the air from Tyler Adams, and that'll be a corner kick for Belgium.
The other part is they're just not afraid to put pressure on Chris Richards and Tim Reed. They also have this guy who can still come off the pitch to go in up. Change the game. We've got Doku. That's why we said this is a 90-minute game. The U.S. knew they were going to be in a tough game. Well, you're in it now.
One of the best playmakers globally of his generation. Romelu Lukaku, one of the best goal scorers of his generation. Jeremy Doku, one of the best winners of this present generation. All on Belgium's bench. Gary Tielemans to take the second quarter of the game for Belgium. Also here to the near post. Back threes and right there. Pascal got the touch there. Dest has it swept away. Pulisic picks it up. He can't play in for Dest. The Kuiper intercepted it. It's the header.
Still need to maintain a threat to stretch the field. Meaning, you've got to run in behind still. Because Belgium have been able to squeeze the game tight. Look at the compact lines between the defense and the furthest player forward to Ketteler. They're making sure that there's no space for the U.S. to find the ball behind the midfield and get turned. That means sometimes you got to take a chance, make the run, find Balogun over the top, find McKennie. That type of ball right there.
I'm going to chase from Freeman. Just Taylor's let's go up Balogun and get on the end of it. Tackling right on Bravo, attacking throwing now for the United States.
Great ball, great run. Takes the run to then also somebody to play you the ball. But now there's the U.S. in the attacking part of the field.
Belgium very cleverly making sure a second ball was on the field, so the U.S. couldn't go quick with that. They were still getting their bodies back. Here's Christian Pulisic. Something is down to defend it. Mason just retreats into Anthony Robinson. Page, he and Adams, and it breaks down.
He's been a little off in this first half. Christian Pulisic, it looks like he's lacking a bit of confidence to take his guy on aggressively, to play. He's just second-guessing, taking an extra touch, losing the ball. He's lost 4 dribbles so far. And that's okay. You're going to lose some of them, but you still have the confidence to go again and again and again. But you have to keep your defender on his heels a little bit by taking him on with an aggression and knowing yourself that you can beat that man off the dribble.
Because as you said in the pregame, for the U.S. to win this game, they need a big night. They need a signature night from their signature star, Christian Pulisic.
That's star's glory. I mean, that has been the case for this team, but you do need your difference makers to make a difference in games like this.
That's a foul, in the opinion of the referee, committed by Chris Richards.
This was the chance at the near post. Trossard, the first touch actually, just trying to be really inventive there, flicking around the corner after his heels aware.
He's going to defend this free kick. Tielemans walks away to Kuiper, hooks it in for a head. Tough angle for that header to be sure, but missed in the end by Lukaku.
And everybody's onside. Chris Richards drops. It's just there's a little bit of miscommunication there from the U.S. I think thrown off a little bit by the timing of Belgium. A little hesitation, then they whipped in a great ball, but that line did not drop. And then it was Richards is the only one drop that kept everybody on sides. They're just not in sync as a whole.
McKennie action there. And he's going to reset for Pulisic. McKennie could have just walked into the space there. I don't think he knew that there was no one around him.
Pulisic, McKinney. McKinney's able to recover it. Anthony Robinson now. Lewis cuts him off. Test bumped off his run by the Kuiper. McKinney lets him run. Ballard's not going to get there. Boy across in time. Good work, Tyler Adams, to win that bouncing ball out of the air. Coming up on Fox, the Bank of America halftime show. Rebecca, Thierry, Zlatan, and Alexi down to our left watching this one. Give us their thoughts on what we've seen. Look back as well. Earlier today, Spain grinding out a late win over Portugal. They await the winner of this game Friday afternoon in LA. Tess runs it inside behind Balogun, although it's a Goy's touch which drives it to the corner, and that'll be a U.S. run. Now, the top scoring team from dead ball situations at this tournament. 5 goals in total, 1 more than Argentina.
Everybody back from Belgium to defenders. They've got all 11 players inside the box. Now Richards is in front of Courtois. We've seen this often with players attacking players trying to get around the goalkeeper. The referee is saying, look, I've warned you. If you make contact, we've seen this often called a foul. Try to be a nuisance, but if you make the touch, you're going to give away a foul instantly and kill the attacking opportunity.
Tillman gets it in the box. Richards is stopped. Oh! It's going to be out for a corner. Took a touch of the Belgian defender. First quarter of the game for the U.S.
And that's when the Canadians did not take the touch. So we see this gets changed. But the U.S. doing a good job winning the first ball is Alex Freeman. This ball going to put it over the top of the ball. It's hard to see if it took any type of touch. They're still holding this, so they're still trying to see if this should be a goal kick or the corner.
Anissa Mori of Qatar is the video assistant referee.
Yeah, it's going to be a goal kick.
And he's looked at that video and said no. His last off value to goal kick. It'll be 6 added minutes at the end of this first half. Hydration break and a couple of injury concerns as well.
Get a good look at the, there's Balogun. It's almost interesting to spin on the ball, whether it did take a defensive touch, but they reviewed that one completely.
Richard, strong header there. Was able to play it wide. It's a good tackle on the outside by Castani to keep it away from Pulisic. And now a long switch out to the near side towards Trossard. Freeman wins the header.
They've looked for that a lot. We actually see Trossard in previous games. He comes inside to find pockets. What Rudy Garcia and Belgium are doing is they're keeping him wide on the left and using that switch of play to try to isolate him and get him in good situations to make the game, as he did on Belgium's second goal. So it's not been the best first half for the U.S., that's the obvious. The good news is for them, they're still very much in this game, as it stands.
Richards got a touch to that one. Des slow to react. Cross block by Freeman. Comes out of play. Assistant referee's post flag out. Furious with the referee. Or in fact, Belgian fans with a good pocket of red up to the right of the top deck here in Seattle. And down to a right. Oh, she keeps it away off the throw, but a touch from McKinney to release Virginia Dest. De Kuiper trying to slow him down. Dest will have engaged with De Kuiper, and he comes in and trying to draw foul. Can't do so. Pulisic came all the way across. There's that space on his side of the field. Robinson got sucked in as well. Nikamaki was caring for Tyler Adams out to slow him down. He's going to go out and defend up Castagna now. Able to get that cross in. Completely unmarked. It comes all the way through. It's Trossard who picks it up. Freeman there to defend him. Tackles it out. And the U.S. have set decision on the field to corner. So this one, like the last one, can be changed on video review.
a knee like that came off.
It's already back in play. They took it quick. There's no review for it coming. It's going to be rolled in. It's going to be fired across the face of goal there by Luca Bacchio. But those are those moments of concentration, which is a big thing that Mauricio Pochettino talked about. But even the players, guys like Tyler Adams beginning of the tournament, he said that's what we learned in the round of 16 against the Netherlands in the last World Cup. You can't make mistakes. You can't switch off. You got to be focused the whole time. Tillman throws his body in, and that will be a U.S. free kick. Because the U.S. was right in that game with the Netherlands in the first half, and they fell asleep right at the end of the half and let it go.
It's going to take a monster second half performance from this group against a top 10 European team, top 10 global team.
Tillman. By Courtois. Still 2 minutes to play in the half. Anthony Robinson. Nowhere to go forward. Richards has McKinney making a run. McKinney, and it's a big tackle about to Piper. It was meant for Dest. He had space to run into. Bacchio now. 1v3. Belgium just playing through and around the U.S. players right now.
It's because you have the quality of Luca Bacchio. You see that there where he receives the ball. He's under pressure, has a burst of acceleration, quick stop. Spins back, dumps it off to a teammate. Movement. He's been excellent for them in the first half. So is Broussard. There's that long switch of play again, just a little bit too much.
Rudy Garcia was getting annoyed at a certain point yesterday about the questions involving Balogun and said, listen, it's about the game on the field. The only thing that matters for us is that we advance. They came out with an intensity in the opening minutes of this game. Took the lead inside 10 minutes. Reed took the lead a little over a minute after the game kicked off for Tillman's goal. Richards got to get there with an error pass. Kittelar trying to leak in behind. Tillman. And now the U.S. with the final play of the first half will indeed have their first corner kick of the first half.
And that's what we've been seeing last tournament. Tillman is being so smooth. Gets the little nutmeg. And Balogun at the end of this, I think he's trying to square it to Pulisic. Pulisic made a good run at the near post. Even had Anthony Robinson at the back post. But a chance here, right at the end of the first half, to change the entire mood inside this stadium, but more importantly, inside that team. If you can find a goal in this situation, Belgium have looked susceptible at the back post throughout this tournament.
Pulisic sends it in. That's an easy catch for Thibaut Courtois, and that is how the first half comes to a close. Work to do for the United States, but they've got a tremendous crowd behind them to help them. Rebecca Lowe and company on the other side of the break. 45 minutes down, 45 to go in Seattle. Belgium 2, the United States 1.
FIFA World Cup 2026 on Fox is sponsored by American Express.
Today, we're gonna learn some iconic soccer skills. Follow me.
The rainbow flick.
The reverse. Bicycle kick.
You gotta channel your inner ninja.
I love this color.
Is David's backyard ready for the FIFA World Cup? Maybe he'll build it, like Beckham. Brilliant move here. David's going to the Home Depot for the assist. Bigger covers and just one coat, so David can paint it like Patricia. You know you missed this guy, right? Flip it like Rich. Plant it like Paige. There you go. Great work, guys. Keep it up.
or watch it all happen just like Josh.
Very happy to help.
There's watching the world's best. And then there's experiencing the world at its best with Platinum. Kick off your journey in the quiet comfort of the largest global airport lounge network. Lose yourself at incredible destinations with the largest curated global hotel program. And leave with a memory that lasts long after you return. For a life like no other, you need a card like no other. There's nothing like Platinum.
The Colonel has a bucket list. The $10 one. Monday nuggets. Tuesday fried chicken. Wednesday wings. Thursday tenders. Friday nuggets again. Now that's living life to the fullest. Get a $10 bucket of the day from KFC.
BRB, gotta screen for colon cancer.
At halftime?
Yeah. With the Cologuard Plus test, you can start screening at home in about 15 minutes.
It's simple and non-invasive.
Nice assist.
False positive and negative results may occur.
Full ball. I understand now. No one can match our energy.
Welcome to the show that nobody wants to win.
What did the itsy bitsy spider climb up?
Look at this. You got the MLB All-Star Game in Philadelphia. This is how America celebrates a birthday. Night of American Celebration, July 14th on Fox.
The FIFA World Cup 2026 halftime show on Fox is presented by Bank of America.
Causing problems for the US in that first half. His first World Cup goals doing the damage right now for his team. And back home, it's the middle of the night in Hertula, Belgium. These are the moments that they're enjoying, though, no matter the fact that it's 2:33 a.m. when that goal went in. As we welcome you back to Seattle Stadium, I'm Rebecca Lowe alongside Thierry Henry, Zlatan Ibrahimovic and Alexi Lalas. Let's show you then the first half of this game in Seattle. Beforehand, a beautiful scene, the flyover over the stadium, but just 9 minutes in, it went a little wrong, Alexi.
Yep, this U.S. team just got punched in the nose for the first time this tournament. I guess the good news is it could have been worse, but right off the bat, U.S. is used to scoring early. Well, Belgium said, not so fast. They got Lark getting in. Anybody want to clear? Anybody? Anybody? No? Okay, well, there you go. A gift to Belgium in the first minutes, and yeah, Mauricio Pochettino is not a happy man, nor should he be.
We have seen this before. When it comes to free kick to US, Malik Tillman steps up, gets the good free kick, a little deflation, but still a free kick goal. So his second goal of the tournament, and he gets the equalizer there so far. Nice celebration.
And then Rebecca said, I want to see how they're going to defend their 1v1. They couldn't stop Leandro Trossard. Don't sleep on Decathlon. Do not sleep on Trossard. Do not sleep on Dodi Luque-Bacchio. The big guns are on the bench, but those guys are on the field. 2-1 Belgium.
That is a key point. The big guns are on the bench. Plenty of reinforcements to come on for Belgium. But from a US perspective, Thierry, how do they get back into this?
They need to rectify something in midfield. It's too easy for Belgium. Too easy. They're controlling that midfield. Ball, they're switching the ball all the time in 1v1 with Leandro Trossard and sometimes Luque-Bacchio. Lack of rhythm. We saw a couple of times Malik Tillman doing some stuff. A couple of runs of Balogun. But you know what? You still have 45 minutes to reverse it. And plus, but it's going to be a tough one because the big gun might come on when you're going to open up to play.
Zlatan, your thoughts?
This is the first 45 minutes I see US where they don't feel comfortable. I mean, the attack is not working, and when the attack is not working, the defending has to work. But the defending is not also working. So something has to happen for the second half, and they need to get Pulisic more on the side. Not even one time Robinson comes on doing his overload that he normally does, but also Belgium is making it difficult for them. So it's two teams on the pitch, not only one.
I don't think anybody had a good half. They can't defend the cross. They can't defend one-on-one. They couldn't defend in the air. They can't defend the long ball to the other side. So Mauricio Pochettino is going to earn his money this halftime, and he better make some changes either in personnel or tactics.
So what does Mauricio Pochettino and his staff have up their sleeve? Because now it's an uphill task. Belgium lead by a goal, just one goal as it stands. It's 2-1, but they have plenty to come off that bench. 2-1.
Our greatest moments didn't come from being rational. They didn't come from doing things we knew how to do. They came from trying something impossible. That's not reasonable. It's delusional. It's irrational. They didn't think we could make it to the moon either.
Chevy drivers across America will win in the next 5 years. But one thing they won't is pay interest on their new Chevy. Just announced, get 0% financing for 5 years on all 2026 Silverado 1500, Equinox, and Trax models, with no payments until after Labor Day. Because you've earned this summer. Now it's time to go get it.
If you have moderate to severe eczema, Dupixent can help you feel the heal. Some adults saw fast itch relief after first dose, and long-lasting clear skin at 1 year. Severe allergic reactions, including skin reactions, can occur that help right away for face, mouth, tongue, or throat swelling, wheezing, or trouble breathing. Tell your doctor right away of new or worsening eye problems like eye pain or vision changes, skin symptoms, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop other treatments without talking to your doctor. Ask your doctor about Dupixent.
How do we get our chips deluxe so deluxe with the finest ingredients? Sweet chips and chunks. Now that's a chip off the deluxe block.
Spectacular!
Go all in. Buy any two Ferrero brands and you could win $1 million.
Fox Nation, the exclusive home of RAF. Don't miss 2 blockbuster events in one epic July.
We invited passionate soccer fans to push Nissan vehicles to the limit, just like they do with their teams. Further proof that the Nissan lineup is tested and trusted by the toughest. Hurry in to bring home a winning offer at the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now well-qualified buyers get 0% APR on select model trims or get Sentra starting at just $22,600.
This football's so confusing.
I can help. Think of cards in football as the opposite to your Sapphire Reserve card. Red cards make it harder for you to earn points. This card earns you 3 times the points on dining.
Thank you.
Also, you get a $300 coin as you travel. You ready? And 2 yellow cards means that you're out, but that card gets you and 2 get in together.
Experience the card that's remarkably rewarding. Chase Sapphire Reserve.
Well, Spain are off to the World Cup quarterfinals for the first time since 2010 when they lifted the trophy. Mikel Merino scored a stoppage time winner today in a 1-0 victory for them over Portugal. And Cristiano Ronaldo, really emotional at the final whistle. Today's result bringing an end to his 6th World Cup, the 41-year-old revealing after the match that it will indeed be his last. Well, Lionel Messi hoping to extend his campaign tomorrow as Argentina face Egypt in Atlanta. That is part of a double-header that includes Switzerland meeting Colombia in Vancouver. For a moment to the heart, sponsored by Bank of America, Charles Kirk has beaten this US defense twice in that first half. Now he children are expressing their disappointment after the Tooth Fairy failed to collect their teeth.
Not just the kids, you know.
No word from the Tooth Fairy. What can she be doing?
Introducing QuickBooks with Intuit Intelligence. Ask questions to get instant answers and real-time insights that can grow your business. So whatever's holding you back, outdo it with Intuit QuickBooks.
From what we raise on the flagpole to what we raise in our hand, we've earned these stripes. Superior is brewed here. Michelob Ultra, proud sponsor of the U.S. men's national soccer team.
Our journey started 160 years ago because it's the devotion of fans that keeps this country moving. And across every mile, every engine, and every dream, we've protected them all. Valvoline, the original motor oil.
With Chewy, pets get their care taken care of. With everything to be their healthiest, happiest selves. Quality meds, supplements, and nutrition at great prices. For help with health, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
Get 0.9% APR financing or a $3,500 customer bonus on a new 2026 Atlas.
What would you like the power to do?
Ask it. Like you always have.
Like you always have. Even when others counted you out. Ask it.
Keep asking.
And inspire the next generation to ask it too.
Bank of America champions everyone who dares to ask.
What would you like the power to do?
Running a little behind today. How do you want me to get back there and start pulling some teeth?
Waiting rooms. They can be tough for young homeowners turning into their parents.
What are you here for today?
Just a cleaning.
Just a cleaning. In and out. Easy peasy. Impacted tooth over here. I don't know if you can see it.
Let's just sit quietly and wait for our call.
Gotcha. I'm what they call a grinder. Yeah.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
I have abnormally large tonsils.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure would be so confusing it could only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon. With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
So you're all choosing Verizon.
Introducing the Simplicity plan. $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
What are people from Switzerland called?
Swedes.
Incorrect.
Welcome to the show. No one wants to win.
It's not wrong. It's right.
I wish this was not like an intelligence show.
Nation's Dumbest premieres Wednesday, July 15th on Fox.
FIFA World Cup 2026 on Fox is presented by the Home Depot.
Just a shot from a few moments ago where you can see Mauricio Pochettino talking with Nick Tillman, the player who of course got the United States back on level terms during that first half. A few thoughts ahead of this second match. 2-1 as things stand because of that man, Charles Tekelare with both goals. Belgium lead the United States. Spain waiting in the quarterfinals. Real quick, Alexi Lalas, your thoughts for the second half of what?
Those are preventable goals. Terry mentioned the midfield. The U.S. is getting overrun in the midfield. We just saw Pochettino talking to Tillman. Maybe he's telling us something. And that right-hand side of the U.S. with Desmond Freeman, that was a bad half right there. But he's sticking with it.
And you just saw a shot there of Christian Pulisic. Zlatan wanting more from Pulisic in the second half where Balogun up top. 10 touches from him. The fewest of any player on the pitch. Thierry?
I don't know, 10 touches against Brazil also in the first half. That doesn't mean anything. Put the ball in the box for him and score.
There you go. All he needs is one. Erling Haaland will tell you that as well. Let's get you back to your commentary team from Alexi, Zlatan and Thierry at full time. John Strong, Stu Holland, Gio Reyna is coming on.
Oh, yes, indeed, Rebecca. We've been watching the last few minutes as Gio Reyna had been with the starting group coming out of the locker room. We do not see Serginho just on the field right now, so we'll wait for the board to come up. But that is the eye being cast by Mauricio Pochettino here at halftime, needing to turn this game around in Seattle. Gio Reyna, who scored that wonderful goal to put the punctuation mark in the opening night win against Paraguay. He replaces Serginho Dest at halftime here in Seattle. So we'll see how that reshuffles things a little bit. We'll see what he can. There's Dest there, making his way out to the bench. As we said at the beginning of the tournament, this is about 32 years in the making. These men will never have a more significant opportunity to become American spirit heroes than they have right now. In front of this atmosphere, with so many of you watching from home, what can they do in this second half against Belgium? Can they come from behind and set up a quarterfinal Friday afternoon in Los Angeles against the European champion Spain? What does Gio Reyna bring to the field right now?
He's a difference maker. When he gets time and space, creativity, last pass, and you saw in the goal against Paraguay, he can produce a goal. I think the biggest tactical switch here is that now McKenny has gone out to the right-hand side. You can see now he's getting pressure on the ball. Gio Reyna, I think, will play like a 10. This could be more of a 4-2-3-1, but I think the biggest thing by getting now McKenny on the right, you need to get your fullbacks into the attack and overlap.
Kenny Tapp, what's the word from the U.S. coaching staff?
The first thing U.S. First Assistant Jesus Press said to me, it is very obvious to all of us, we didn't get into the game in the first 10 minutes. Little by little, we tried to match them, we scored, but then conceded again. That quickly is something that we need to address right now. We need to build momentum and continue to build it the way we ended the half. He said, the good news, this is a one-goal game, and we will play better in the second half.
Joseph lost control of it, but good pressure to win it back as a throw. Robinson being harassed by Lukamaki as he carries forward, and that means that he misplaced the pass for Pulisic.
Another big reason you make this change as well for Reyna is it seems the U.S. want to get more numbers central to deal with some of that overloading that Belgium had, where they had so much success. Time, pressure, movement on the ball. That's a foul for the U.S. But I think it's just to give them more options in possession, which is something we really didn't have in the first half. Great pressure from Belgium. Now Freeman instantly top of your screen. He's wide. You get the one from McKenny.
Comes inside, rush to McKenny. Can't get it cleanly. Pulisic's there. Couldn't get it cleanly. It's still loose. And first to recover it is Van Aken for Belgium. There's a good look though on that ball in. McKenny battling in the air, comes sideways. Robinson knocks it for McKenny. He resets it wide for Anthony Robinson. Lukamaki defending him. In for Malik Tillman.
Noticeable difference. And the big thing being really for the first time where I have looked and I've seen Anthony Robinson and Freeman released it high up the field. Now they didn't create anything in that second one, but those are the situations we've been used to seeing the U.S. throughout this tournament. This is a part of the game right here now, but I think they could be much better at it in the first half, which is winning the first and then the second ball. Because now you stop Belgium being able to pick up the ball in half and let them play.
That wasn't a foul. Tillman just fell down. Freeze looked to come get it from Trossard.
Garcia, the Belgian coach, barking his instructions for the bench. First to Malik Tillman. Tillman cuts it down for Weston McKinney. Flores defending. Gio Reyna. Good cross to Freeman, immediate pressure. Trying to make a touch around to Kuiper. Able to keep it. It was knocked away in the middle there. Trossard slid across. Reyna locks it in. Kuiper's going to go long. And Richard Smarley just lets it go in behind. McKinney, immediate pressure. Got tripped up off the ball. No foul though. One the other way, Luca Bacchio isolated with Green. Adams coming to help support. Belgium flooding numbers forward. Luca Bacchio to the byline. Green blocks the cross. That for him.
Yeah, good job by Tim Reed. These are going to be very important moments throughout the game because as you start to attack, as you start to get more aggressive, releasing players into the attack, it leaves you more exposed the other way. So it's this fine balance. You're asking more of your defenders now. Chris Richards, Tim Reed, 1v1 defending, going to be very big. Reed just avoids smashing into that. Those things hurt those corners, yeah. We saw a really unfortunate incident just yesterday with Jordan Henderson trying to leap over one of those and fracturing his wrist.
They're not cushioned at all. Tillemans, the ensuing corner. Richards wins the header. Luca Bacchio will flip it back in. Half freeze is there. Three saves in the first half, as many as he had the entire game. Today in Santa Clara against Bosnia and Herzegovina. Being able to move along quickly in front of Ketelar. Green for Robinson. Backwards cuts inside, Christian Pulisic! Music still down by Tillemans. Pulisic is still in. Good work by the Euros to help the ball back.
And this is unfortunate because we're not behind it. What Belgium are going to do in this game response is beat it down on the right. To be interesting, Pulisic was lining up for a shot. And this becomes a question of did the defender, in this case Tillemans, does he get his foot in front and does Pulisic then kick into his heel? Yeah, he did. As much as I'd like that to be a foul, Pulisic actually swings his leg into the back of Tillemans, and it was hard to see if there was any touch of the leg of Pulisic before he got to that point as he's swinging it. But at least on that replay there, it looked like that was a good defensive play.
The referee stopped the game himself. We just restarts with a drop ball. The U.S. keeping the attacking half. Richards and Adams and Green got to be so sure and secure in these types of moments.
That triangle is going to be key, both with possession and then against the ball.
Maligan, and he's wrestled to the ground. Robinson picks up the loose ball. He's bumped off it down. Robinson knocks a three, it's cleared away.
What do you notice here in this half? Who's the team that feels under pressure now? Now, I know the U.S. have to chase, but Belgium can't get out of their own half. What a ball!
Adams, Freeman, trying to take it down.
Wow, just screaming out for a first-time ball across the goal. Put it in the danger zone. Tyler Adams says it all. Look at that. The timing of the run is good. It's a terrific ball, but you have Balogun and Weston McKinney laying out to get in front of their defenders. That was the conversation there with Balogun. Because it's hard to take a ball out of the air like that in your stride, pushing it down, and then still you have to consider that ankle might have gone there. Great look.
Tomorrow on Fox, the final day of the round of 16. Lionel Messi and Argentina taking on Mo Salah and Egypt and Atlanta. Switzerland against Colombia up the road from us in Vancouver. Play starts at 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific, live on Fox. And then a couple of days off in the tournament.
Pulisic's still struggling, by the way. Bottom left of your screen. He's still limping his way through the play.
Quarterfinals quarters begin Thursday in Foxborough, Massachusetts, between France and Morocco, a rematch of the semifinal from the last World Cup. And the U.S. is hoping to be playing the next day in L.A. against Spain. Malik Tillman. Inside for Allen. Gio Reyna wants it. Gio Reyna has it. Scoops it up. Got Balogun tracking. Now he's trying to keep it in play. He did not. And it's out for a goal kick.
He just kind of, the ball got chipped over by Reyna. Loses sight of it a little bit, trying to judge the flight of it. Some of the U.S. legends again.
We didn't give Kelly O'Hara a shot out because they know what he did to him last time.
He's got a different feel to it as well. And I think even as I said in the first half, there was a little bit of a nervousness to the environment. But not now, even as the U.S. are moving forward. I'm looking down below. Nobody's sitting down. This crowd is engaged. Now take advantage of this momentum in the U.S. Keep putting pressure. Do not back off. Because look at that. Belgium, because there's the extra advantage in the middle, they've lost their ability to get the same type of pressure.
Jenny, what more can you add on Pulisic right now?
Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be getting better for Pulisic. I've just watched him motion over, yell over to the bench that his leg is still in a lot of pain. Guys, he's been vocal in the discomfort, and you can see it in his movements.
Yeah, he's not going well. He's limping as he reached out for that ball. He's been limited at this tournament. Took a kick to the calf in the days before the Paraguay game. Was stumped off at halftime. Did not play in the next one. Biggest game of his life. He's the big star of this team, but as we said, as he had a signature game for the United States, this was that moment and this was that opportunity. And it looks like, once again, the injury issues that have dogged Pulisic throughout his career.
So I would say, if you're struggling again, and if you're not going to continue playing, let's get this stuff going and moving, because it looks like Berhalter is the one who's...
Richards beaten out of the air. Freeze has got to get that to deal with it. He takes it down off the chest. Disastrous third goal to be seen to Belgium.
But here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying this is the reason for the goal, but if you're hurt, go down. You make the sub, the ref stops the play. You're playing the man line essentially because you're looking around out there. But this just is a mistake in the back. It's a long ball over the top. Freeze takes the first touch calmly, then it gets hit. Just a little hesitant, trying to play out of it. As you'll see, long ball, route one. Been pretty consistent for Belgium, but you're in a good spot here. Put it out. Takes a touch, hesitates on the left foot, doesn't want to hit it, and then Reed's trying to backtrack, do what he can to block the goal. Just an absolute disaster for the United States. Two goals that have come off mistakes. I don't know why he hesitated. He felt he was going to get contact from Teketela in the back, who was going to try to make a challenge. Then he's out of his goal. You can't use your hands there. And Tim Ream just off balance, trying to do what he can there. And deflects it in the back of the net. United States 1, Belgium 3.
Hans Valken, who came on for an injury in the first half when Ronaldo went off. His first World Cup goal, Christian Pulisic's day is done, to be replaced by Sebastian Berhalter. To come off the bench and provide a spark, provide energy, give everything of himself for the cause. It's Sebastian Berhalter, son of the former coach Greg Berhalter. You've got he and Gio Reyna on the field. Their dads were part of that 2002 World Cup team for the U.S. The only one that's ever advanced to a quarterfinal in the modern format of the FIFA World Cup. What can they provide now in this moment? Was able to work their way back.
Yeah, that's the back record. That's the back record for this team. That was they were working their way back again. They were clearly retaining the ascendancy. Belgium had no ideas until you gave them a layup. So, can they go again? This is where you find out about what you've got.
Berhalter's first touch. Scan the QR code on your screen. Vote for the Michelob Ultra. World Cup. Key now this team, we're hoping it was going to be for him. Tillman won the ball back in the middle. Cross to McKinnon, now Tyler Adams. Pulisic is hoping that his teammates can lift their head back into this and give him an opportunity to get back on the field in another game. Long ball to Ketelaar and Chase. Reed has the angle. Free's not messing around. Arsenal won the initial header. With a half an hour to go, it's a Belgian team that understands 2-goal leads are never safe. Senegal were up 2 goals with 5 minutes to play in this building on Wednesday afternoon. Belgians scored twice inside of 3 minutes to force extra time. Won it with the final kick of extra time. The U.S. have that same belief. Why not us? That's been the cry from this team this whole tournament. Advancing forward, tries it in real low run for Balogun, wasn't quite ready for it. Anthony Robinson wants to switch. His hands up forward on the near side. Goes instead to Berhalter. Alex Freeman. Play inside for Reina. Berhalter there to recover. Here's Anthony Robinson. He's got Tillman for support. Robinson going to drive to the byline. Pump fake. Backwards for Adams. Adams, that's too far for the Berhalter. Yeah, Belgium are on the run. The Ketelaar has Trossard running with them. U.S. is on their heels. Freeman will fly in. Leandro Trossard now. Trossard blocked by Richards out for a goal.
That's a really good sequence for Belgium there, because now they've got the 2-goal cushion. Really solid defensive shell. Not really threatened by the U.S. attack there. Pulisic with his head in his hands. And to win the ball back. And then they're going to keep it. That's what they're going to do. They've got options off the bench that they're going to bring in to keep that energy high. They're quite content without the ball in moments, knowing that they can really hurt the U.S. the other way. And it's not to this point.
Number 5 of the game for Belgium. They went out of the group stage in the last World Cup. This is important for them. Trying to get back into deeper stages. Tillman heads it away at the near post. Trying to reset wide. Tillman was there first. Berhalter plays it long. McKinney and Chase. McKinney's going to battle there with Bekele. Bekele with a big tackle to knock it away. It's a chance for a U.S. quick throw. And it comes for Gio Reyna. Boy defending. And Reyna miscontrols it. It's going to run it behind for a goal kick. One of a couple of Belgian players that haven't really practiced since the game Wednesday. They're so physically run down, he's limping a bit at the end of the play. Going deep to Balogun. Boy defending. Balogun for Reyna. Target in the box there. Just all the way out wide. So they'll recycle to the other side.
And they're just trying to, Belgium are just trying to bait you into playing that one pass that you think you can force in, because you do have to start taking risks. You're down 2 goals, you're chasing the game. So it's just the balance of the moments for the U.S. when they need to try to see those gaps, exploit them, play quickly. good combinations. They're being patient right now, but Belgium are also quite content with this. US just circling the ball around. When you try to play that ball, they're going to jump the passing line and look to break the other way with speed.
It's the first touch of the half for Belgium. A moment to go. It's a nice combination to find Freeman, and the US gets a foot around it. Because they're on the way to steal from Thierry Henry. The big guns are coming for Belgium. They've got Lukaku and Doku.
Yeah.
Preparing the edge.
Speaking of speed and speaking of power and speaking of finishing ability, now, I said this in the first half, the back post has been an area where first and second balls, the U.S. can find success. Belgium have looked very open to conceding opportunities from there.
And this is where Berhalter's terrific. Set piece delivery. Whips it in. Freeman found it, and it just loops up and out.
But yes, to your point, you've got Lukaku coming on from his 131st year. He scored 92 goals. This one, Vanaken ends up right at his feet. Good pressure from Dequetelar. Really wasn't the best of strikes. I thought he was going to try to lob it over, but he saw Ream scrambling back. But it's a difficult one if you're Ream because you're caught in trying to keep your body open to the play while still trying to make a play on it on 1 foot. But he just misplayed the clearance straight in the back of the net.
What a game for Dequetelar. 2 goals and an assist now. He's been involved in all 3 for the byline. Missed cross. Luka Bacchio. If indeed Dequetelar comes off for Lukaku, it has been a signature performance for him in a Belgium shirt. Subs. Luka Bacchio is off. He thought he was trouble. Here comes Jeremy Doku. It's been an odd World Cup for him. He missed 1 game going back for the birth of his child in London. He was dealing with a respiratory illness. Much of the player he is, and what a night for Charlie Kirk, replaced by Lukaku.
And you saw his look. He wants to stay and go for the hat trick. Just beats Ream to that ball. He wanted it more. So he's attacking it, gets the momentum heading towards it, hands on the back of him. Really strong header. And a really strong afternoon for Luka Bacchio as well.
Kenny trying to accelerate to get to that ball. Knocking cut him off. U.S. throw. We're moments away from the second half hydration break. Lukaku, all-time top scorer for Belgium in his 4th World Cup. It's so significant about injuries this year. When he started in the group stage, it was his first start in a year. He'd only ever come off the bench in a handful of appearances for his club Napoli this season. Mr. Freeman. Freeman was coming around the back. Lukaku was alert to intercept it. And now this is where he's going to get scared and dangerous. Lukaku gets under control. Tillman's and Tillman is back out. Takes the yellow card.
Never mind that from Tillman. First of all, you stop the promising counter-attack. But also, show a bit of fight there. And 22 minutes to make a statement. Try to create something. You gotta get the first one, then you build from there.
22 minutes for the United States at this World Cup. Can they pull off the spectacular? Down 3-1 to Belgium here in Seattle.
This is quite a game. It'll be a free kick. Oh, what a goal! Unbridled joy and emotion overflows.
Wow, there's a lot of infection in there, Timmy. We're doing really well. Are you feeling anything? Coffee. I don't understand, but this is going very well, huh? Coffee. Cuss? Kelsey? Kelsey? Kelsey, what's Kelsey?
Okay, here's the deal. This game is 3-on-3. Who we playing? It's a local crew.
Mind Flyer Acres.
Hey! This local crew, they haven't lost since 1996. They beat everyone who showed up. The guys who play in jeans, the always skins. Honestly, respect. The techers, the trash talkers, even the bruisers. Anyone, anytime, they were taken down. This doesn't seem right. It's 100% true. Mostly.
What you were not seeing during the hydration break is what we were seeing here in the building, which was Eddie Vedder chugging a beer and getting the fans fired up, trying to get some energy going. Ricardo Pepi looks like he's about to come on. It's not rain, that's the sprinklers going here. Eddie Vedder again on the video board, trying to get this crowd going, trying to get this team going. The crowd's done their part. This has been a wonderful atmosphere. The players have 20 minutes to blow off something special and extend this magical World Cup run. It's produced some amazing moments in American men's soccer history over the last 3.5 weeks. If you're in that US, if you're in that US, what are you saying? What are you doing as one of the players in the field?
You're trying to give your team, especially your Pochettino, believe. But what I was saying from just observing from up here, I didn't see anybody gesticulating, trying to wow the guys up. It just feels flat, quite honestly. And that's come because I think of the way they've conceded the goals. And even when you have good stretches and then you feel like you're giving the ball away and the other team scores.
Balogun laying it off, but Kenny couldn't get there.
So that's what I would be looking for right now within the game. Okay, if you're going to go down with a fight. Don't just lay down and take the rest of this game. Stand up and be counted for the last 22 minutes and put a performance together and a moment together that makes you and makes everybody believe you can actually do this. Because I'm not sure what I'm seeing right now that this team believes that they can get back into this game.
Tyler Adams will make way to get Ricardo Pepi onto the field. And Pepi, who is probably going to be starting this game. It's one of the things Mauricio Pochettino said to us yesterday. Trying to keep it professional, even keel when they found out Phil Allen would be able to play, because he said if he's going to be in the team, it means someone's out of the team. So now Pepi, the El Paso native, is on. An opportunity to be a spark, to lead a comeback. Good work here on the far side. They like that moment in the back. Pepi's first there. Showed too much of it to him good. A nice little movement there. Nice little moment from the U.S. Against his club teammate, Cristiano puts it in. Tillman could take it cleanly. And these moments are key, as Belgium have Toku and Lukaku in front. Reem just did enough to steer back to that freeze. Freeze for Alex Freeman. He's got a tough 20 minutes coming. What a tournament he's had, though. What a future he has at the age of 21. Patrick clips it along for Anthony Robinson. Not able to keep it in play. We can dig deep here in these moments, given the opportunity. Good work to find Weston McKennie. He'll go long. Out in chase, and Boyd just plays it safe and out. Nick Tillman has the U.S. goal today. He's just trying to play it off the defender in a corner. And bounce the wrong way. And the U.S. trying to hunt this ball back right now. And it's a foul. will take all the time they can in these moments.
That's where experienced teams like this know how to play these types of games. When they've got a lead, they try to frustrate you, they try to wear you down just with and without the ball. Take their time on different situations like this, move up. They're trying to grind you down and now deliver the knockout blow.
Lukaku wins the header, Goku wins the ball, Freeman wins the battle. Goal kick is the decision of the referee. And that free should just put this ball back in play before anyone changes their mind.
Goku's right, should have been a corner. But they've got the ball back.
Burkhalter is showing that in there for the men out front. Pass there, U.S. throw. Quarter hour to go in Seattle. United States with one shot on goal today. That was the Tillman free kick goal. Back-to-back games for him. In front of this packed house of just less than 67,000 fans. The United States with 15 minutes plus stoppage time. To do to Belgium what the Belgians did in this building a matter of days ago against Senegal. Come back from 2 goals down, forced extra time. Rain trying to jam that into Anthony Robinson. Brassard was able to control it. And Robinson catching his club teammate, Timothy Castagna there. And he'll just jog away. Free kick Belgium, and Castagna's down.
Just seeing some frustration out here from the U.S. players. Body language from Mauricio Pochettino says a lot too. He seems just out of ideas right now. There's not too much he can do. He's made his subs. You're just waiting and hoping that you've got someone out there that can give you something, some type of spark. Maybe it's a set piece. Maybe it's, and this guy has been phenomenal in the tournament. Someone has been terrific. And even tonight, again, he's been a player out there that I can still say can hold his head high. He's doing what he can.
German born to an American serviceman father, raised though by a single mother, Anya. He didn't play for the United States, and played for Germany youth levels. That was how to play though. Someone couldn't keep it in. Now look at the scene here in Seattle.
And if we just think about how we got here, U.S. down 3-1. Concede a goal within 8 minutes, you make a mistake, that leads to the goal. Then you score, you're back in the game, Tillman gives you a moment. Then you concede right after that again. And just 2 players on 1. Defensive miscommunication, goal, replenish, 2-1. Okay, second half, here you come again. And then you make a mistake in the back, it's 3-1. And I think that would be the thing that has this team just feeling the way they do now. I'm sure there's a feeling of familiarity for people watching of, I've felt this before in this one. Whether that feeling goes in the next 13 minutes, we'll find out. We've seen some special moments from this team throughout this tournament. And it just takes one to get you right back in this game. The crowd trying to recognize that right now and get the USA chance. We've got difference makers. Show it.
Kramer trying to get around the outside to Kuiper, able to get back to that goal. Plays a combination with McKinney. Back in McKinney, clips it up in the air. Cleared away as far as but it's out. There we go. There we go.
This is what I'm saying. You need one chance. So close from Bonner, but then quickly, it's just that little shot that's made. This team is staying in this football to finish this men's national team player and coach and father of Sebastian. But he's a player. You said when he came in, can give you that.
He was in the stands watching against the Netherlands 4 years ago, probably dreaming about having a moment like this. McKinney for Tillman's ball. Knocked away from behind. No, it's a Belgian throw. McKinney's going to get up. Mr. McKinney's limping. And then LeBron looking on. Belgian perspective, they're loving the fact that they could maybe rest him and roll back up for Spain on Friday.
It's like having a strong relief pitcher just sitting in the wings and, well, maybe you don't have to use it tonight. Keep him fresh.
Robinson, Bentley, Midland, Trossard to win that duel. Up the head for the corner. Pepe Ballmer's got his forward. Raises the pocket of space in the middle. Pepe can find him. Cuts it inside. Got knocked off balance. Tillmans was able to intercept the pass. They got to keep going. They got to keep going. 10 minutes plus stoppage time to go. Remy Doku working on Alex Freeman. They duel again. Always been able to play the World Cup for the U.S. He was upset about the one that the Canadian took a moment ago. That one was sail all the way out past Trossard. Because as you said, if the U.S. could find a way to get one, this building will explode. And it would cause chaos. That's how you grab the second. That's exactly what Belgium did. The second came right after the first. Looking away there, Rail was scoop it forward. Ballard trying to get a chance.
Courtois makes a good save because Ballard doesn't look up. He was by himself. He actually hit that into the ground. And Courtois was starting to lean to his left, but still made the save at his near post. Was not going to get beat there.
First save of the game, Thibaut Courtois. Good for Weston McKenna. Really forward, Ballard throwing his body in there on the defender. Plays it wide. Freeman first time trying to cross the U.S. play. Tillmans upset the referee on now. Exchanging words with the Piper.
The Piper's getting a warning here from the referee because he took the ball and tried to delay time. It's going to be important for the ref to manage that type of time wasting.
This game in this referee's crew's life as well. 16 of the World Cup, big moment for them. Sebastian Berhalter can take. It's off sideways, and Courtois will come to get it for Richards. Mulligan was up for it.
Just pleased that this was Mulligan getting it behind. He's by himself. You can see tough angle here, and he hits it down in the ground. That's what I was saying. It makes it really unpredictable and difficult. If you look at this, it's a heck of a way to try to beat Courtois back there. That's a really, really good save from one of the best goalkeepers in the world.
Berhalter draws contact, wins a free kick. Just put it back into play. 7 minutes plus stoppage time to go. Here's with a few players warming up. 2 remaining substitutions available. Christian Pulisic on the field as it came off hurt a little while ago. Berhalter flipping it up. Robinson knocking it down with a hesitation before it's cleared away. Suffered the injury in the first half, going back to the bench area. It's in for Balogun. Poked away from him. Prevented from being a corner.
Looked out to me, actually.
Turner leaping up the bench to grab it. Get it back in quickly for the U.S. Wilson preparing to come on. Long-time veteran for Belgium. Hasn't been a moment at this World Cup. We're trying to see this out. Berhalter keeping it along for Anthony Robinson. Brings it down well. Trying to cut inside. Vistani who wins the duel. Trossard there to help. Trossard plays it out for a U.S. throw. They want to get it quickly back into play. inches away in that one attempt a few minutes ago. Robinson clipping it in too far for Pepe. And Piper coolly, calmly brings it down instead of clearing it. Rolls it in for Jeremy Doku. He's in his own 1v1 with Alex Freeman. Big test for Freeman here. Trying to recover. Can't poke it away. Doku down there running Chris Richards. Lukaku wants it. Lukaku has it. Lukaku poked away. Job not done. Doku going to reset it on. Trossard coming back. Trossard blocked by Richards. Freeman goes his body. Still they can't get it clear. Trossard will cycle it around.
Richards, I think that was going in. That strike from Trossard, that was, from our angle, that looked to me like that was going to the far post. Big time block.
Lakers as well preparing to come on for Belgium. Brandon defending on the ball line, gotta be careful. It's cut back in, Freeman stabs it away. There's Rescott with the work there. Happy chasing around, can't get on the end of the ball. Belgium just playing keep away right now. Happy, good work there. Shoves it through the trying to accept it. And then he's fouled. Free kick US. Banged up at the end of it. Rudy Garcia, the Belgian coach, going nuts on that one.
Well, he's going to feel like his player got the ball. But it's the way the two of them sandwich together and take out Tillman. Watch this as the ball is gone. Sure, there's a touch, but you can't do that. He's absolutely barreled into the back. Sure, no complaints about that.
Lewis just takes it short. Belgium not yet making the sub. Lewis can't be too casual, though, in this moment as the ball's back into play. 4 minutes plus stoppage time for the U.S. to score.